I will do the exact same thing. As far as retaliation from the Red Sox, don't really count on it. Last night, Pedroia called the slide cheap. Today, he backed off from those comments saying, hey, that was good, hard baseball and no big deal.
The Yankees avoided the Mets sweep in their previous series. Now, can they take a Red Sox series? Joe Torre's had some problems against the Red Sox in the Bronx. Steve Phillips calling the game tonight. Is Joe Torre on a hot seat?
Fair or not, with all of the Yankee struggles this year, Joe Torre is on the hot seat. When you struggle against the Red Sox, the seat gets even hotter. Joe Torre can't manage health, and that's been the major issue for the team this year. I think the fact that they won the game on Monday against the Red Sox and they're not going to get swept in this series has bought Torre some time. Time for Roger Clemens to get into the rotation. Time for this team to maybe play together as a unit to see what they can do. But he doesn't have all season, so if things aren't better by the All-Star break, look for George Steinbrenner to make a move.
Not quite Red Sox Yankees, but the Trenton Thunder and Portland Sea Dogs meet tonight in Trenton. Roger Clemens, 7 p.m. ESPN2, making his second minor league start this season, coming against the Red Sox AA affiliate. Wendy Nix is on Clemens' watch.
Roger Clemens will make what could be his final minor league start here in Trenton tonight against the AA affiliate of the Boston Red Sox. Clemens is expected to throw between 85 and 90 pitches. After the outing, Clemens says he'll decide whether to make one additional minor league start for AAA Scranton or to take the ball for the Yankees against Toronto next week. Coincidentally, Red Sox GM Theo Epstein is in attendance tonight to watch Red Sox farmhand Clay Buchholz, who will oppose Roger Clemens. In Trenton, Wendy Nix, ESPN.
All right, quickly, our poll results. Who's the winner? Best sports dance? Icky Wood. I told you. It's the history. Al McGuire deserved a little better than that. I understand. Mark Madsen.
Mark Madsen over Billy White Shoes Johnson?
No sense. Kurt Schilling versus Andy Pettitte. Most of you will see the Red Sox and the Yankees on ESPN. On ESPN2, every pitch for Roger Clemens. Thanks for watching SportsCenter. I'm Brian Kenny.
I'm Jay Harris. I feel like dancing, Brian. You go ahead.
Welcome to ESPN's presentation of Rivalry Week, presented by Bank of America.
The Red Sox look to build their lead as they invade the Bronx in the rubber match. The biggest names play on the biggest stage, trying to claim this series on Wednesday Night Baseball. It's the reason we have Rivalry Week. With the season a quarter complete, it's the Red Sox who played with a swagger normally reserved for that team in the Bronx. While it's been the Yankees frustrated, struggling, searching for answers. Tonight with Andy Pettitte facing Kurt Schilling, will it be another chance seized or another opportunity lost? And as Roger Clemens makes his second minor league start, we'll keep you updated from Trenton. From Atlanta, a big one in the NL East. Chipper Jones leads the Braves as they try to close the gap some more against Jose Reyes, David Wright, and the Mets. And from Motown, a pair of first-place teams square off. The Angels' Vlad Guerrero, MVP-type start, taking on the defending AL champ Tigers and Maglio Ordonez. It's all covered on Wednesday Night Baseball. Next. ESPN's Wednesday Night Baseball, presented by Goodyear. And welcome to one of the most famed sporting venues in all the world, Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, where fans of both teams are here in full colors for the rubber game between the Boston Red Sox and the New York Yankees. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. So glad you could be with us here at Yankee Stadium for Wednesday Night Baseball. Oral Hershiser, Steve Phillips, Bonnie Bernstein will be with us shortly down on the field. A 10.5 game lead the Wednesday before Memorial Day for the Red Sox over the Yankees. But baby steps for the Yankees. Can they win a series? Can they get it going? Which, Oral, is exactly why games like this, they brought Andy Pettitte back.
Well, Andy Pettitte is the winningest pitcher under skipper Joe Torre, 139 and 72. This guy can get it done, but if relating him to golf, he used to hit the 300-yard drive. That was his inside cutter that was very, very hard. Now he's got to rely on his short game, the curveball, the changeup. The velocity isn't there. The cutter on the thumbs is not something they have to worry about, but they have to worry about all the different pitches in his repertoire, and if he's on his game, they get him some run support. This is why he's here.
He's pitched well as of late, but as you mentioned, doesn't have a lot to show for it, as neither do the Yankees, because the run support's gone down. Run support, Manny Ramirez, plenty of it last night when he hit a home run, Steve. But again, it's April, May, and even Manny always kind of scuffles out of the box. Do you see him warming up with that homer last night?
Oh, he is starting to warm up. The good news for the Red Sox is they're in first place, 10.5 games up, and Manny Ramirez is struggling, only hitting .244 this year, a career .312 hitter, hit his 51st home run against the New York Yankees yesterday, hits over 300 against the Yanks. He's a guy who steps up in big situations. He likes the home cooking, coming back to New York, his hometown. Hits .406 in his career against Andy Pettitte. A lot of good news for the Red Sox. Manny heating up, and a guy on the mound he likes to get the job done off of.
Yes, and on the mound, yes, because he has hit, what, about 400
Over
against
400.
Andy Pettitte?
That works.
We'll keep an eye on that. He went to high school just about a 3-wood up the road here, and he has 26 home runs as a visitor in Yankee Stadium. A visitor in Yankee Stadium, Curt Schilling. He's pitched a big game here as well. Schilling, Pettitte, Yanks, Red Sox, don't move.
Night Baseball is presented by Goodyear, innovative technology to help you get there. And in part by the Dow Chemical Company, finding the bond between chemistry and humanity. Bank of America, introducing no-fee mortgage plus, only from Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity. And Fram, it's not just an oil change, it's a Fram oil change.
What do you like best about being up here?
That's easy. I love the view. I love seeing all the places people had to go. I love being part of the company that helps those people get there. I love the fact that we're up here looking out over everyone down there. Kind of like angels, but instead of wings, we got a blimp. What do you like best?
I like seeing all the games. And all that stuff you said, too.
Innovative thinking up here so you can get there. Goodyear. Get there.
For each of us, there's a moment of discovery. We understand that all of life is elemental. And as we marvel at element bonding with element, we soon realize that when you add the human element to the equation, everything changes. Suddenly, all of chemistry illuminates humanity, and all of humanity illuminates chemistry. The human element. Nothing is more fundamental, nothing more elemental.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. No fees, no worries, guaranteed. Introducing No Fee Mortgage Plus. It's the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
When it comes to choosing a motor oil, there are hundreds of choices. When it comes to choosing a filter, there's only one. Go to Fram.com to get $5 off your favorite oil and Fram filter, and see for yourself why Fram is America's #1 oil filter. It's not just another oil change, it's a Fram oil change.
Can I take my break now?
Sports are great for a kid's body. Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
This ESPN telecast available on ESPN and in glowing high definition on ESPN HD, presented by Olivia. Here at Yankee Stadium, the Yankees won on Monday night, but the Red Sox bounced back big time last night. Joe Torre here wondering how it will be down the road about, an hour and a half, where Roger Clemens makes what they hope will be his second and final minor league start for the Double-A Trenton Thunder. He made a, obviously, single-A start in Tampa, now pitching for Trenton, oddly enough, against the Red Sox Double-A team, the Portland Sea Dogs. And we'll keep you posted tonight as Clemens takes the mound to pitch for the Trenton Thunder. Well, Terry Francona, the manager of the Red Sox, they've had plenty of thunder thus far this year, with a batting average, the batting lineup that has helped them go to 31-14. But the bigger news is just about every night they got a big-time starting pitcher on the mound. Let's check out our starting lineup presented by Scott's. Julio Lugo will lead it off. Coco Crisp in center. Then Big Poppy and Manny Ramirez. Kevin Youkilis among the league leaders in batting. Mike Lowell among the league leaders as well. Veritek, Willie Mo Pena to start tonight for Drew and Wright. And young Dustin Pedroia at second base. And Mike Lowell out of the gates storming, Oral.
Well, in the last 30 days, he's hitting .344 with 6 home runs and 22 RBIs. Now, that's almost tops in the American League in each category. American League category, 9 home runs is leading, and he's got 6, and 27 RBIs. He's got 22.
And on the hill tonight, the lefty returned. You heard Oral talking about Andy Pettitte in the open. Went to Houston for a few years, but he's back in the Bronx. And an ERA, Steve, of under 3.
Well, Andy Pettitte has not gotten rewarded for pitching very well so far this year. He's gotten the job done, but hasn't gotten the kind of support he needed. The thing to keep an eye on, lefties hitting .326 against him this year. There's a big lefty batting third for the Red Sox.
So Andy Pettitte just looks good back in Yankee pinstripe. There's certainly no knock on the job that he did or the team that he pitched for, the Houston Astros. Oh, by the way, Pettitte, Astros, World Series, 6 of them with the Yankees, 1 Stros. Rubber game of this 3-game set between these longtime protagonists, and we're underway with Pettitte in there for a strike to Julio Lugo. Pettitte, of course, way back when, there's Lugo, and he is the new shortstop for the Boston Red Sox. Alex Gonzalez fielded so brilliantly last year, but it's Lugo who fouls it back. We start to talk about Pettitte, fellas. Way back when, Joe Torre's first year as manager, Pettitte went 21-8 and won such a huge game in the World Series. That Game 5 against John Smoltz, 1-0, and immediately made his mark as a New York Yankee. And a little past him, it's Jeter over to Mankiewicz. And Lugo is out, 68 degrees, a beautiful late May evening for baseball, isn't it now, Bonnie Bernstein? Welcome.
It certainly is, Boomer. Thank you. You know, it's pretty obvious that the Yankees brought Pettitte back here to help bring the team back to those World Series glory days. The team has only been 3-6 in Pettitte starts, but his sub-3 ERA shows that he has basically lived up to his part of the bargain. Now, the interesting thing is, while Pettitte has brought that left arm back to the Bronx, he's also brought a mouth, which didn't emit much noise when he was here the first time around. And that sort of makes sense when you consider he was a young guy and there were veterans like David Cohn and David Wells and Roger Clemens and Jimmy Key here. But GM Brian Cashman was telling me this time is much different. Andy has an opinion. He is not afraid to voice it. And Boomer, we'll talk later in the game about one instance when that came in really handy as the rotation was struggling early in the year.
Well, as you point out, Bonnie, it's no longer his first or second rodeo. He started to say 21-8 in 96, 19-9 in 2000, 21-8 as a Yankee in 2003. I mean, that's spread out a long ways. Record as a Yankee, 151-81.
There's a couple different ways to understand that you're a leader. You look around and you don't find any, or there's an emptiness in the clubhouse and you decide to fill it. And I'm sure Andy Pettitte saw that emptiness, especially on the pitching staff.
Inside to Coco Crisp, it's now 3-1. Andy, 6'5", 225 pounds. Andy Pettitte will be 35 on June the 15th. His 13th season in the bigs. 10 as a Yankee, 3, of course, as an Astro. And he walks Coco Crisp. And that'll bring up Big Papi, where the defense, the names you would expect for the Yankees. There's no surprise here anywhere. They can field it. Jeter and A-Rod with 5 Gold Gloves on the left side of Cano, though, had a rough weekend.
Well, 3 errors in one game, 972 fielding percentage. The range is there, the flash is there, but sometimes the flash and dash turns into some errors. The talent is all there for this young man. He just needs to get a little bit more consistent, not as flippy with his glove, to kind of smooth out some of the rough edges.
So here is Big Papi, one of the most clutch hitters in baseball. Nobody will argue that. 9 homers, 37 RBIs, 325. In there with a strike is Pettit.
Big Papi, a Yankee killer as well. We talked about Manny Ramirez, and with this big guy and Manny in the middle of the lineup, this is the reason why, when there's all the talk about trading Manny away, American League East general managers love it, because the Red Sox know on any given day they have a chance to win with these 2 guys in the lineup.
One and one. Always with a smile. Always with a threat to ruin your day.
Well, for sure. We're going to see Andy Pettit have to use a wide array of pitches early in this game to these 2 hitters right away with that man on first.
Good pitch on Big Papi.
I saw Pettit go away with the breaking ball there. And when you look at some of the scouting reports, Ortiz has handled Pettit very well in the past. The reason is Pettit has thrown him inside at times. Ortiz has driven that pitch. He's going to look to try to keep the ball away.
And he started him off with a slow curveball, then came the heater inside, then that hard slider. Let's see what he comes with now.
Keeping an eye on Crisp. A little up top. 2-2. Well, you saw the graphic that he hasn't homered for a little while. That's news, because last year, 54 homers, breaking the old mark in Boston, set a few years back of 50 by Jimmy Fox.
Andy already having trouble getting the signs from Jorge Posada visually. A lot of times we'll see Posada end up going to tape on his fingers. I wouldn't be surprised next inning to see that tape already applied, even with the low light here early in the game.
Mask off, so Crisp nowhere. Posada keeps the ball in front of him. Count full now to David Ortiz.
Suspect in this situation, Terry Francona gets Coco Crisp on the move, stay out of the double play, get him in motion if the ball's hitting the gap, possibility to score. Crisp stole a 9 out of 10 bases successfully this year.
Andy Pettit, one of the best pickoff moves there at first base, though, could be the only thing that could neutralize that, but I'm with you. He should be running if he can get a good jump, get a good read.
Strikes him out.
Well, remember, it was a breaking ball strike, fastball in, breaking ball away. Then he decided to stay with the breaking ball. I think that had a lot to do with Coco Crisp on first base. If he's going to throw him a breaking ball, it's going to be one that he swings and misses, not able to pull the ball in that hole. Andy Pettit exactly what he wanted to do. Papi expanding the strike zone and whiffing.
So now Manny Ramirez, who big 3-run home run last night to ruin what the Yankees' hope was the start of, if not a locomotive, at least a 3-car train. They beat the Mets Sunday night, beat the Red Sox Monday behind Wong. Hadn't seen it on the mound, but bang, a 3-run shot. Manny's 51 homers, which you mentioned, Steve, in the beginning, 5th most by anybody against the Yankees. They've been around for a long time. This just in.
Think about that, 26 of those home runs coming here at Yankee Stadium, 2nd most from any opponent. He loves the home cooking, has put up big numbers here against the Yanks. We talked about, does Coco Crisp run or not? Well, with the Red Sox, you're in scoring position when you're on first base with David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. And Earl, you talk about Pettit's move. We saw Coco Crisp kind of jockeying back toward first base, somewhat trying to find the read for Pettit's move.
There he goes, and Pettit has him picked off. Mankiewicz. And Manny will lead off the next inning, but not the way that Boston had in mind. Just as you talked about, fellas, Pettit's so tough. Crisp out crisply, although he didn't like the call. We'll be back.
Target is locked, and the savings are confirmed. Roger, Echo 1. Proceed straight to Fred Beans.
Maydays are here at Fred Beans Buick Pontiac GMC. Get here now for incredible savings throughout our giant inventory. Drive a brand new GMC Sierra for just $14,495 or a Pontiac G5 for only $159 a month. Maydays at one of the GM dealers of the year. Fred Beans Buick Pontiac GMC in Doylestown. On the web at fredbeans.com.
Target is locked, and the savings are confirmed. Roger, Echo 1. Proceed straight to Fred Beans.
Maydays are here at Fred Beans Chevrolet. Get here now for incredible savings throughout our giant inventory. Drive a Cobalt for just $159 a month or a Silverado for just $249 a month. Set your sights on savings during Maydays at Fred Beans Chevrolet in Doylestown. On the web at fredbeans.com. Doylestown is Chevy Town.
Making their first semifinals appearance, Delaware does battle with longtime lacrosse powerhouse Johns Hopkins. Then, fresh off a thrilling overtime victory, Cornell faces off against Matt Danowski and #1 seeded Duke. Division I NCAA Men's Lacrosse Championship. Semifinal action begins Saturday at noon and continues at 2:30 on ESPN2. Presented on ESPN by Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
We are back. Coco Crisp will show you that play at second base, but what you see on the left is Roger Clemens has walked two, has retired one batter. So pitching in the first inning for the AA team of the Yankees, the Trenton Thunder, down the road here in New Jersey, playing against the Red Sox AA affiliate, the Portland Sea Dogs. And now let's take a look at the play at second as Kurt Schilling warms up. And fellas, Coco Crisp had an argument.
Well, the throw from Mankiewicz is a little wide, and Coco Crisp, Robinson Cano does not get back for that tag. Eddie Rapawanu on it with great position, but I think he might have missed it, and I think Eddie will admit it later when he gets to see it. Actually had a little laugh with Coco Crisp in between innings when they were changing sides.
Well, Eddie was actually looking right from behind Robbie Cano, and I don't think had a good angle to see where the swipe came in on the tag.
Good laugh, but he wasn't. No, it was an annoyed laugh.
It was an annoyed laugh. It was a decompressing laugh.
Johnny Damon, one-time Red Sox, key cog, obviously, in their 2004 rise to win it all. Last couple of years been here to be that cog at the top of the Yankee lineup. He's one of the big names. And certainly not all of them struggling, as in A-Rod, Jeter, and Posada. You can't ask for more out of those guys. We'll give you the full lineup in a moment, but Johnny Damon, of course, Abreu, Giambi, Cano would be the four names you would say, okay, can we get started, please?
In game one of this series, Johnny Damon got 3 hits. It looked like the leadoff hitter was going to get on track. It really gave the Yankees a spark, and some of the other left-handed hitters did very well. A-Rod's been doing it all year, especially in April.
Damon to the gap in right center field, and that'll plunk in there. And bobbled by Willie Mopena, as he is wont to do. And very quickly, the Yankees with a runner in scoring position. Lineup tonight for Joe Torre. You saw Damon, now Derek Jeter. Comes in the number 2 batter in the league, Hideki Matsui. A-Rod, nobody has more homers and RBIs than all the bigs. Jorge Posada leading the league in batting. Bobby Abreu, Jason Giambi, Robinson Cano, and Doug Mankiewicz. Matsui, one that's kind of been hot, then not hot.
Now moved into the 3-hole in the lineup month of May, hitting .310, a couple home runs, 14 RBIs. Back from an early season hamstring injury, at least making consistent contact. That left-handed bat to separate the big right-handed hitters in Jeter and A-Rod.
Derek Jeter up. And Curt Schilling misses. Oh, by the way, Curt Schilling, 40 years young, 6'5", 235 pounds, making his 10th start this year. His only loss was opening day in Kansas City. Still bringing it.
Well, both these veterans are bringing it in different ways now. Curt Schilling really not the swing and miss fastball that he used to have. A lot more contact going on, a lot more reliance on the off-speed pitches, and you'll see that with his walk totals are starting to go up and his hits per inning are starting to go up.
Although in defense of him, not in defense, and you will agree, Oral, his walk totals were unbelievably low.
They're coming back to human-esque.
Right.
Yeah. Instead of out of this world.
Ooh, Jeter off the gate in front of the Yankee dugout.
Well, Derek Jeter trying to hit the ball to the right side to advance Johnny Damon to third. Curt Schilling threw a little cutter that ran away from Jeter, really playing into his hands. Jeter couldn't quite catch up to it and hit it foul down the line.
Lumber for the Yankee cap. 17-game hitting streak. Yankee has hit over 400. He and Posada then Jeter 1-2 in the AL batting figures, and it goes to the right side past the diving Pedroia, and this will be interesting. Damon being waved around third by Larry Boa. No play made by Willie Mo Pena. So that's what some speed at the top of the lineup can do. It can force a guy who is not exactly Dwight Evans in right field into a little indecision, a run already.
Well, Derek Jeter executes and does his job. His job is to hit the ball hard to the right side to advance Johnny Damon. You see, he inside out, that ball kind of running inside. He keeps his hands inside, says, I'm going to force that and push it to right field. He hits a BB that Dustin Pedroia gets his glove on barely, which actually ends up costing the run. If that ball isn't touched by Pedroia, gets to Willie Mo Pena quickly, likely they hold Johnny Damon at third base.
Yeah, I didn't mean to finger Willie Mo Pena on that particular play, but, I mean, Damon, there was no question with Damon and Boa, the third base. There, Boa's way down the line. You're coming, Johnny, and no throw. So 1 run in. Jeter at first, nobody out. Hideki Matsui up. Yankees getting a couple in their big win the first night of this series when Alex Rodriguez hit a 2-run home run. The Yankees winning 6-2 on Monday. Boston coming back with their big first inning, courtesy of Manny Ramirez last night, 7-3. And there is the imposing figure of A-Rod on deck. Skied. Varitek giving it a look, but that'll be about it. It goes back. And if you're just tuning in, you say, it's just another single by Derek Jeter. Not really. 2,214 hits by Jeter now, tying the legendary Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio, for 5th all-time on the Yankee hit list. How's that going?
Tell you what, that's amazing. And also DiMaggio in that year, in 1941, 56-game hit streak. He had hit safely in 76 of 79 games. With that hit there, Derek Jeter hit safely in 77 of 80 games. How's that for consistency?
Unbelievable. Gets past Varitek a little bit. Jeter thought about it, now back.
Well, the Yankee captain would like to have that one back. You anticipate the breaking ball in the dirt. You see the trajectory very easily as a runner on first when the ball leaves the pitcher's hand. And once it hit the dirt, he should have been having a secondary lead, had some weight on his front foot. But since he lost the ball, he was headed back. Varitek, a little mixed up on that. The breaking ball has a tendency to bounce backwards when it hits the ground, not the direction that it's been breaking.
See Derek Jeter sneaking a peek in to try to catch the signs for Jason Varitek.
In there for a strike, says C.B. Buckner behind the plate. By the way, Joe West at first, Ed Rappuano at second, Ed Hickox is at third base.
Yeah, when you do that, when you sneak the peek, you stay barely off the bag. So in your peripheral vision, you're picking up the pitcher. Any movement from there drives you back to the bag. But with your direct vision, you're looking at the catcher's signs. A little harder with a left-handed hitter like Matsui, but if you can pick it up and look for that breaking ball, Jeter might want to run.
2-2 the count. Make it full. With A-Rod on deck. Full count Matsui, 1 run already home. And there are the umps. Buckner looks like a tight end behind the plate, doesn't he?
He is a big man. There's no question about that. Big guy umpiring at first base, and Joe West as well. Keeping an eye on Curt Schilling and the move to first. Suspect Derek Jeter likely moving here. 3-2 count. Joe Torre tends to like to get the runner moving, especially when the hitter at the plate is a contact guy like Matsui.
Here he goes. Ripped down the line.
That's the third fastball in this at bat that Matsui has seen. It's the first one that he's decided to cut the bat loose, but the way he approached that ball, pulling that front side, he had seen that before, registered it, just yanked it foul.
In this situation for Derek Jeter, when he's getting a jump, it's a hit and run type jump, not a stolen base jump. He wants to wait to make sure you don't get picked off in this situation.
As you speak about it, Schilling tried to do it. Jeter has that look of going again. Goes. Matsui fires one to right field. Gone! Three men up, 3 runs home. And the Yankees have come out firing against Curt Schilling. Just home run number 4 this year for Matsui, but that's a big one. And a team that's jumped on the other in the first inning in this series thus far has been the team that's won kind of handily so far. And now Alex Rodriguez. Here's Matsui.
Well, another fastball, another high one. Wanted fastball low and away. We've seen all 3 hits by the Yankees on fastballs. Jeter got one up on the inner half, Damon over the middle, and there Matsui wanted to be low and away, up and away, hooked it.
Look at the space for A-Rod. Well, he hits this a long way to center field, but Coco Crest will grab it. I was going to say there's a lot of room in left center. Maybe we could have a team cycle here in the first inning. We got everything but a triple. And so Jorge Posada coming up, the leading batter of the American League. Quickly, let's go to the studio. Scott Reese.
All right, Boomer. Roger Clemens making what is expected to be his last minor league start for Trenton, appropriately enough against the Portland Sea Dogs and Eric Young. Not exactly efficient in the first, but he pitches out of a bases loaded.
Well, I tell you, he had 30 pitches, and usually it's 15 an average, 15 an inning, so that was a lot of pitches.
16 balls, 14 strikes in inning number 1, but he didn't give up a run. Boom.
All right, Scotty, EY, good to hear from you. We will look forward to your reports, and I guess if all goes well, and they'll see how it is tomorrow and everything. Now they look like, I don't want to say rush, but the original thought was the Boston series in about 10 days. Looking like Tuesday in Toronto, yes?
Well, that's a possibility. For me, it's too early. 58 pitches in your A-ball start. I don't know what he'll go. 30 now in the first inning. But let's say he feels fantastic. For me, that's like a spring training start when you finally get over the hump a little bit and you start to feel good. Then the dead arm stage comes in. That first time that you really feel the adrenaline, pitch out of some jams, extend yourself, that's when all of a sudden the body starts to feel a little wear and tear.
But Arl, I mean, let's be, as this is fisted, it's a fair ball by Posada. Handled by Kevin Youkilis, and now they're at 2 down. Abreu is due up. Let's ask Bonnie Bernstein. You talked with Brian Cashman, the general manager. What's he thinking about this, Bonnie?
Well, he's got one eye on this game and one eye on Trent. And I asked what he needed to see out of Clemens tonight that would determine if, in fact, he'd get a third start in the minors or they bring him up for Tuesday against the Blue Jays. And he said he's not so much concerned about Clemens' stats per se as he is how he feels physically both before and after the game. Tonight, Cashman will speak with three people, Clemens himself, and then also pitching coach Billy Connors and scout Gene Michaels. They're both down in Trenton, so he'll take those three opinions, see how Roger feels tomorrow, and then make the call on what he feels like doing.
All right, Bonnie. I also would think the 10.5 back figures into this. That was my point.
Well, but it's interesting because, Derek Jeter told Roger Clemens, take your time. He thought, you know what, we need you for the long haul. We don't want you to rush to come back, not be right, and end up getting hurt and struggling when you get in. The one interesting note to me, 16 balls, 14 strikes, and 30 pitches in the first. Double-A players are swinging against Roger Clemens. I'm swinging. I'm not taking a walk.
Oh, yeah.
If it's close, I'm swinging. So it makes you think he wasn't that close to the plate in the first inning of that game.
Bobby Abreu is a guy that is good patience, doesn't swing. Part of the thing that missing from Bobby's game, in addition to, and there's a base hit. Well, they need to get him going. I was just trying to say that among the things he does as well as anybody in this lineup, and as a patient lineup, is draw walks, and he's not been doing that either. But maybe one goes with the other, right?
Well, when you're not swinging well, you're not seeing the ball well. If you're not seeing the ball well, you're not going to get your hits, and you're not going to get your walks.
And when hitters struggles getting hits, their batting average is dropping, they think the way to get out of it is by swinging. The reality is the way to get out of it is by taking. It's by working the count, getting the better hitters count. Work it to 2-0, work it to 3-1 to where you can sit on a pitch and look to drive it.
Jason Giambi still looking for that triple for that. Oh! We won't get it there, so each team picks off a runner in the first inning. So Kurt Schilling picks off Abreu, but Matsui picked off that Schilling offering 3-0 Pinstripers after one.
Today. Oh, that really hurts! It's too big.
I'm so hot.
Too obscene. Too naughty, even for theaters.
Yay!
Epic movie, unrated, on DVD today.
From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on seatbelt violations. Buckle up day and night or expect a ticket. It doesn't matter who you are or where you live, they'll be on the lookout. Cops write tickets to save lives. Click it for ticket.
Conflict boils over like an angry sludge. Politicians lie to us like they've got a grudge. We're in a decaying spiral of fevered ferocity.
3V Dubs for under 17,000. Whoa!
Hope springs.
Whoa! That's one monster case of athlete's foot. Hit that with Tough Actin' Tinactin. It cools and cures most athlete's foot on the whole foot. Lamisil Gel can't say that. Get boom! Tough Actin' Tinactin.
And you're sure I shouldn't go with a fixed rate home loan?
Oh, yeah. You're going to love that variable rate. Congratulations, you have a home loan.
But my home loan left me with a bad feeling. And then my interest rate went crazy and got really expensive.
You need a Capital One home loan.
You're not kidding.
Keep the monkey off your back. Call Capital One Home Loans and get a fixed rate below prime. Plus, lower your payments an average of $400 a month.
What's in your wallet?
Back at Yankee Stadium, very special moment before the game, and that's the Virginia Tech logo on both sides of the field. The Yankees, all the Yankees wearing it on their caps. The president, Dr. Charles Steger of Virginia Tech, involved in throwing out the first pitch, and the Yankees Foundation presented $1 million to the Hokie Spirit Memorial Fund, established to pay tribute to the victims of those tragic events on April the 16th. And I know everybody feels the same way, but I will say this, and I know you guys know it as well, as Manny, who was at the plate when Chris was picked off, flies it to center, and his one-time teammate, Johnny Damon, grabs it, and there is one out. That You know, when it comes to charity, George Steinbrenner is about at the head of the list. I mean, he does a lot of things that nobody knows. Countless kids gone through college, I know for a fact, and didn't want any credit, didn't want any, that's just individuals. But when it comes to charity, you got to laud the Yankees. And tonight's just another example.
They also donated $1 million to the Jackie Robinson Foundation on Jackie Robinson Day. So you're right. I mean, George Steinbrenner, for all of the bluster, there's a real gentle spot there.
And as tough as he is on his players, and sometimes in the press, at least in the past, getting on them when they're not playing well, after they retire, if they fall in hard times, there's a lot of subtle things that go on behind the scenes that he helps his players also that have worn the pinstripes.
No hard times with the two gentlemen you just saw there, Spike Lee and Billy Crystal. Kevin Youkilis down the line, and this will rattle around the corner. Matsui up with it. And Kevin Youkilis just continues to pummel the baseball. Uke is in there with a double, now at 30-30 at Sports Center with Scott Reese.
All right, Boomer. Brian Hill will not return as head coach of the Orlando Magic. According to several Central Florida media outlets, it is not clear whether he resigned or was fired. And Keyshawn Johnson has decided to retire from the NFL, ending a solid 11-year career. And Boomer, he'll be sitting next to you next season on NFL Countdown. Details on Sports Center, 11 Eastern, and ESPN News all the time.
Well, you talk about falling from grace, huh? One of the top receivers. Now he's going to sit next to me on Sunday and Monday. Hey, welcome, Keyshawn. We enjoyed him at the draft. He had a wonderful career. Former #1 overall pick of the entire draft with the New York Jets. I mean, he hung right with us. That was, by the way, that was not a short draft. That was a good, solid 12 hours on day one. And Keyshawn was right there saying, all we told him was one thing. Just give us the damn comment. And he did. And now he's with us, and we welcome him to our ESPN family. We look forward to a guy just off the field right with us on Sunday, NFL Countdown, and Monday Night Countdown.
You're going to have to put one more guest room in that house in Hawaii.
Well, no, then there'll be one less spot on the set when that house is operating. You don't understand how that works.
Oh, I see.
Your room's looking pretty good, Oral. Steve, we're still working on yours. Mike Lowell to right field. Abreu. Uke tags but goes back. There's Abreu right on it. And 2 down.
Kevin Youkilis out there at second base. That base hit there, that double, a 16-game hitting streak. He's hitting over 400 here in May. We talk about Mike Lowell and his hot bat in the last 30 days. Kevin Youkilis right there with Mike, and I'll tell you, when Youkilis hits and Lowell hits, and now the guy at the plate, Jason Varitek, hits, these are the peripheral guys that really have put these Red Sox in first place.
Well, you just said 5, 6, 7 in the lineup.
Well, Youkilis is such a versatile player. He could bat second. He could even lead off for you. You could bat him third. He can hit him down to the lineup. He plays some first base, some third base. He gets on base. He drives and runs. He is such a valuable player for this Red Sox team.
And think about where he's come from. Youkilis, as we watch the Red Sox captain Jason Varitek take ball one from Eddie Pettit. In 2004, he was around in the postseason, but he was just a youngster. In 2005, they sent him back up and down I-95, back and forth to AAA Pawtucket like 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I don't know how many times. And it really, he kind of thought, hey, I'm ready to play the major leagues. But he came back in 2006 with not a different thought, but he's just such a blue-collar player. And now, hey, look, who knows if he's going to hit 350 for the whole season or wherever he is, as he's one of the leading batters in the American League. But as far as outworking him, that list will be short. Varitek in foul ground. A-Rod grabs it. Youkilis stranded. It remains 3-0 New York.
I used to think the only bad thing about getting my mail was getting the bills. Turns out someone else getting my bills was worse.
With Wachovia, dedicated fraud specialists will work with you one-on-one to reclaim your identity, recoup your losses, and reestablish your financial reputation.
Thankfully, there are people who care about my name as much as I do. I'm with Wachovia.
We're absolutely obsessed with satisfying our customers. Wachovia.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is clear. Crystal clear Turtle Wax Ice. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever.
Ice leaves nothing behind but pure shine. Now, your choice is clear. Turtle Wax Ice.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
For the first time in full high-definition Blu-ray, Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl, and Dead Man's Chest.
I like it.
Be yours to own in these here exclusive 2-disc sets. Disney Blu-ray, magic in high definition.
Well, go on, go get them.
Need something? To find it locally, you need yellowpages.com.
This is John Miller. The battle for American League Central Division supremacy continues Sunday night as the Cleveland Indians, led by Grady Sizemore, travel to Detroit to take on Maglio Ordonez and the Tigers. Join me and Joe Morgan with Peter Gammons for ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball, the national game of the week.
Welcome back to New York. Two-run home run, Hideki Matsui in the first inning off Curt Schilling. And the Yankees lead the Red Sox in this rubber game of the three-game set, 3-0, bottom of the second inning. Been a busy day for Jason Giambi as he leads off here. Giambi, Cano, and Mankiewicz, 7-8-9 against Curt Schilling. Giambi was in Major League Baseball headquarters here in New York at Park Avenue for an hour-long meeting. Remember his comments late last week at USA Today, among other things, saying, quote, "I was wrong for doing that stuff." Now, he implicated that maybe all of Major League Baseball needs to apologize for an error. Here's what he had said there. "I was wrong for doing that stuff. What we should have done a long time ago was stand up players, ownership. Everybody said we made a mistake." He was called on the carpet, met with Major League officials today. Now, yesterday, there was or this morning, a Daily News report that claimed that he had at some point in the last year failed an amphetamines test. By the way, that's not necessarily been refuted. Yes, no, it's private stuff. Anyway, none of that had to do with today's meeting. It was on the comments from USA Today. And so nobody made a comment necessarily afterwards, but our Bonnie Bernstein, in a moment, had a chance to speak with Jason, who obviously had a lot on his mind and trying to get ready for a big game. 1-2 pitch by Schilling. The shift is on, and he skies it back. And Bonnie, what were you able to talk with Jason about?
Well, the first thing he said to me is, "This is the last thing I wanted to walk into today." That said, Jason didn't shy away from the media. He talked in the locker room for about 10 minutes, saying, though, that he couldn't really comment on the meeting or the failed amphetamines test. The one thing I did find interesting, though, he said, "I thought this meeting was positive and it improved me in the eyes of my team." Now, speaking of the team, neither Joe Torre nor Brian Cashman was aware of the meeting today. I asked Cashman yesterday if he's considering trying to void Giambi's contract, and he said he won't make a move until the league's investigation is complete.
Yeah, the only move Giambi will make at that at bat is, thank you, Bonnie, is to the dugout. So, you know, we've all known Jason a long time, and among other things, he's honest. I mean, he actually is forthcoming. Forthcoming is the word that I should use. I mean, he's one of the more affable players that we talk to, and he spoke, and he probably wishes he hadn't said everything last week.
Well, I think he certainly had some lawyers with him saying, don't answer, don't talk, don't do anything, because you don't want to lose any of the money due you in the contract. And one of the risks of this is that the Yankees' position would be that if he did acknowledge taking illegal substances, it would allow them to trigger a clause in the contract to void the deal as a player, and also consider that he represented himself fraudulently.
Cano with a bunt attempt. Schilling not in time. Cano on. Interesting. Another paper in New York today did not talk about the alleged failure of an amphetamine test, which, by the way, our Peter Gammons reports that multiple sources questioning whether that New York Daily News report on the amphetamines is true. But again, that had nothing to do with today's meeting. Another report out of nowhere said Angels interested in Giambi if. Which, of course, if you did a little addition, hey, the Angels are playing great baseball. The one thing they don't have is another thumper behind Guerrero. But, I mean, everybody's kind of connecting a lot of dots in a hurry. And, of course, the Angels were asked about, like, well, we don't know anything about that report.
Especially here in New York, things swirl. I mean, we're walking through a locker room today, pregame, 50, 60 reporters looking for somebody to talk to. So there's always going to be an angle, always going to be something to swirl. And we hope that some of these reports can get substantiated, not just be in the Daily News.
And we hear so many trade rumors that are out there, but when you really consider the situation, Giambi's making $21 million this year, $21 million next year. He has a $5 million buyout for the 2009 option season. He's 2 for his last 31. He's struggling swinging the bat, and he has bone spurs in his ankle. If the Yankees were to trade him, and he has a no-trade clause, which he'd have to waive as well to make this deal, but they're not going to bring value in return. It would only be to dump him. And when you consider the fact that if that's what the Yankees are doing, that if you go to the Angels or any other team, it will be because he's a distraction. And so I don't see the value or the realistic possibility of a deal getting done.
Cano moving, but that ball's foul. Well, this is... Right, I mean, you dream up half this stuff as a GM,
it's good stuff.
Right?
I mean, you think about it, I can understand from the Angels' perspective saying we may get him on the cheap. He's not playing well, so they may be willing to move him because you don't get good players when they're playing well. You don't get them when everything's going right. You get them when there's some distractions. But it would have to be a low-risk deal for the Angels to even consider it.
It was new. My folks with the Angels tell me it's kind of news when this. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
It would be atypical of the Angels to make a deal like this.
Down low to Mankiewicz. I was talking with Dougie beforehand. You know, we have the spelling bee coming up with Mike, and this would be a tough one.
It's tough enough for me when I see it spelled out.
And it's even harder when he doesn't have his name on the back of his uniform wearing the Yankees jerseys. They don't have their names on the back.
I'm sure more news will come with the Giambi. Something will come out of that meeting, although Mankiewicz punched out there by Schilling. So 2 strikeouts here around the Cano bunt, and that'll bring up the top of the order, Johnny Damon. Let's go back to Scotty Reese, get the latest on the Rocket. Scott?
Well, Roger is through 2, and Eric Young a little more efficient in this second inning, getting Scott Youngbauer and John Ottness, but 48 pitches to 2.
Still a lot of pitches. I think Boston called down and told those young guys to take a lot of pitches, get the pitch count up.
Of course, pitching against the Portland Sea Dogs, which is the Red Sox AA affiliate. We will keep you posted as he goes to the 3rd, Chris.
You heard some of those tickets at AA Trenton going for $100 tonight. How about that? I don't know if that's true. I mean, I didn't have a source stationed outside in Trenton, but I can get that word. Let me ask my fellas down there.
Those 2 pitches I just saw there by Roger, they were slightly up. The second one, that was a backup slider, and the strikeout prior to that was a split finger. Didn't have a lot of depth to it, something that'll get a AA hitter out, but it's going to be a little different at this level, and he knows that. I'm not getting on Roger, but there's still some work to be done down there.
Swinging through that one is Johnny Damon. Oh, by the way, in case you forgot, only Nolan Ryan. More strikeouts than the Rocket. See, Roger knows Randy Johnson climbing back up. So you got to get back in there quickly. You know, I mean, geez, I've struck out 4,600, and you mean Randy Johnson's within 15 or whatever that is?
I'm getting back in shape.
Come on.
I need to sign.
Nice job in the hole, leaping and throwing wide is Julio Lugo. First of all, nice swing by Damon. The Lugo tried to force something on, but as a result, Cano keeps moving. Runners at the corners. Yankees in business again.
Now this is Curt Schilling's 9th inning this year against the Yankees, giving up 13 hits and 8 runs, all earned. And we've got a little controversy here with crew chief Joe West, texting with C.B. Buckner and Eddie Rapuano.
Well, let's see here. What do we...
Well, Damon hits it to Lugo's right. He ranges, kind of leaps in the air, but tough to be accurate there as Dustin Pedroia dives and unable to come up with the ball. And it's awful tough to get a grip on the ball there. And ball thrown out into right field.
Oh, they're talking about a little obstruction there.
But Youkilis is making a play on a ball. He wasn't just standing there kind of watching a play. He was actually going after a baseball, and that's fine.
Well, but it's his obligation to get out of the way of the base runner, no matter. I mean, it wasn't a ball off the bat at that point. So it wasn't a ball hit and play because it was hit to short. I think that if Damon had kept going to second base, they might have had some argument there. See him rounding first base. The rule talks about you can't hinder or obstruct the base runner's path as he's moving there. You see Tony Pena quickly kind of pointing it out, but everything stays the same.
The obstruction happens, though. If he would call that obstruction, Damon would have to continue on, be thrown out at second, and then the obstruction is called. You have to make the effort to advance to the next base.
Damon gets credit with a single. So the error allows the runner to go to third. Damon already with 2 hits tonight. It was Derek Jeter who singled him as aboard when Matsui home. Jeter started it all, driving in the first run. Damon double to the hole, off Lowell's glove. Lugo has it. Another run scores. 4-0 Yankees.
You saw Derek Jeter earlier at bat with a man on second and nobody out go to right field. With runners in scoring position now, he's saying, I'm going to be more aggressive. We see him pull the ball much more frequently in this situation. The two-seam fastball runs back in. He gets just enough of it. And Derek Jeter delivers again as the ball goes off Mike Lowell's glove.
And now they put up, we showed you that the last hit had tied Joe DiMaggio for base hits. Standing O here as they put on the scoreboard 2,215 base hits. More base hits as a Yankee than Joe DiMaggio. Wow. And you know that means something to him. You know that. God, can he really be 32 years old finally? 12 years in the bigs? Really? And
5 200-hit seasons for Derek Jeter. 3,000 hits seems inevitable. The question is, does he even have a chance at 4,000 hits?
Whoa, slow down.
2,200 plus already?
I know. 4,000 hits is not just a number. I mean, that's hard.
Well, if you do the math, think about it.
He's right in there.
If he goes to 42 years old, he stays healthy. He's a great contact hitter.
180 hits a year.
We'd all love to see it.
180 hits a year. I mean, you really,
right on it.
I mean, he's got a shot.
180, and he's probably going to get 200 in 3 or 4 of those years. So it really doesn't have to be 180 on those other years.
You're right. It's not something you throw out there, but when you really look at the numbers, Derek Jeter has a chance, if he stays on this pace, to get to 4,000 hits in his career.
And he's doing a lot of it this year with runners in scoring position. He's 20 for 40 this season.
Yikes. Matsui the other way. Manny Ramirez drifts as only he can back. And he makes the grab with the Yanks on the board again. Tack on another. They play 2 against Curt Schilling. 4-0 New York.
He volunteered.
We were drafted.
She enlisted.
And off we went to Asia, to Europe.
The Gulf. To do our duty.
Serve our country. We were buddies.
Shipmates. Best of friends.
I'll never forget his courage.
Her dedication.
The way he made you laugh.
And I'll remember him.
Remember her?
I'll remember them. Always.
What best expresses your style? Why not start from the ground up with beautiful Karastan? Enjoy the lowest prices of the season at Avalon Carpet, Tile, and Flooring during our National Karastan Month sale. There's never been a better time to discover quality carpets and rugs with a look that's perfect for you. Save on Karastan carpet with many styles featuring Stainmaster nylon fiber. And during Karastan Month, you get double American Express rewards points on Karastan purchases only at Avalon Carpet, Tile, and Flooring. Karastan, make a statement your own.
Winter Fresh presents remarkably long-lasting moments. For flavor that keeps going and going, try the Cool Mint flavor of Extra Winter Fresh Gum.
Presenting Suzuki's Fast Lap Sales Event. At Suzuki Motorcycles, our focus has always been about being fast. Our entire motorcycle history has been built around being fast. To us, seconds count. As a rule, we don't do slow, and neither should you. During Suzuki's Fast Lap Sales Event, there's great financing and factory-to-dealer rebates on select motorcycles and ATVs. There's never been a better time to get on a new Suzuki. So what are you waiting for? Incredible deals on machines like these won't be around for long. Get to your local Suzuki dealer. The faster, the better.
Men have interesting ways of dealing with the fact gel takes a long time to dry. Now with Degree Men Ultra Clear's advanced protection, there is no dry time. Degree, it won't let you down.
ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball, presented by Goodyear. Brought to you by Extra Winter Fresh, remarkably long-lasting. And Suzuki, maker of performance-driven motorcycles, scooters, and all-terrain vehicles.
Welcome back to Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Andy Pettit pulls the chain on that one, and Willie Mo Pena swings to it. Chris Berman, Steve Phillips, Oral Hershiser with you at the booth. Bonnie Bernstein working down on the field with us as Yankees Red Sox. Their third of 6 series concludes already tonight. We'll play in about a week and a half from now at Fenway, and then after that, which ends on our Sunday Night Baseball June 3rd, they won't see each other till August the 28th.
And by that time, the Yankees are hoping they're back in this because it's going to take a long haul to get there. 10.5 games out now.
They really, I mean, if you do the math on just that, which is the last thing they need to do, or, you know, you've been involved in these things more than I have. I mean, but even doing the math, say, okay, so let's say the month ends like there were 2.5 games a month. Hard, right?
It is hard, but you can do it in a week. You can do 2.5 in a week. It's not about that short burst. It's about maintaining it.
To the hole. Cano. And Pena is gone. Dustin Pedroia, the rookie second baseman, coming up now. He was involved last night. Played second base, and A-Rod given the elbow after the play was made. And I was looking at that, and Pedroia actually, he said the right things. Others said, what are you doing there? About Rodriguez. Pedroia kind of tried to back off. He said, no, it was fine. It was a little football, but.
Yeah, he said it was a little cheap, and then he kind of backed off of it a little bit. But there were some feathers ruffled in the Red Sox dugout, particularly with Pedroia.
Well, he ruffles them right there with a sharp base hit to left field. So Pedroia is aboard. And interesting, just before the game and late, because I went looking for Terry Francona. Joe West, the umpire, summoned both managers in. Let's have a little chat before this game gets going. And Bonnie Bernstein, what did that chat amount to?
Well, the managers weren't really allowed to talk about the meeting, but somebody pretty close to the situation told me that West just wanted to make sure both managers knew they were looking for a clean game, in part because of the whole A-Rod Pedroia situation last night, but also because Schilling and Rodriguez have a bit of a history. So if Schilling was thinking about throwing at A-Rod for a little retribution, West wanted to nip that in the bud before it happened.
Thanks, Bonnie. Here is the quote now. He went in late from Pedroia. He went in late to an elbow. It's no big deal, as Steve said. I know now that when he's going in, my arm slot drops to the floor. Some people play like that. Some people come in with hard, clean slides. So, I mean, this isn't exactly Fisk and Munson brawling at the plate, okay? But it's just the 2007 version is something. It's Yankee Red Sox.
Old-time baseball, people would even bat an eye at that.
No.
I did not take any issue with the slide. I mean, he actually made contact when Pedroia was still trying to turn to double play.
Going the other way, coming on Abreu. And Julio Lugo is out. Pedroia back to first and 2 out. And here's what Alex had to say today. I'll never apologize for how I play. Same situation comes up today. I'll do the same thing. It was a hard slide. We're fighting and scratching for everyone, which is fair. Now, of course, some of the little longer memory. Remember the Schilling game here at Yankee Stadium in 04 with the collision at first base involving Arroyo. So there's a little history there. Again, I'm not trying to point it. I'm just saying there's history. Right?
Yeah, he swatted at the ball in that one and knocked it out of the glove. He was ruled out for unfair practices as far as a runner going towards a base, swatting at a fielder. But I think in this situation, if Alex slides away from him, he's like, what's he doing? You know, he's playing soft. He slides into him. He's in the middle of everything's about Alex, and a lot of times he gets bent negatively here. And, you know, that's just the cross he has to bear right now. But fortunately for him, his bat is awake, and he's carrying this Yankee team, at least when they're winning.
Can you imagine where they'd be if he didn't have the April that he had? It's one of the greatest Aprils ever, right?
Yeah. Unbelievable. He cooled off a little May, starting to heat up a little bit again, but a tremendous player. I mean, leading the league in home runs, leading in RBIs still, despite a slow month of May.
Headed in there with a strike.
Now we see Pedroia kind of jockeying over at first base, and every time I look at him, he's a pesky little bugger. That's just what I want to call him. You know, they list him at 5'9". He's probably about 5'7", but he's just a dirt player, a tough kid who's here because of his grit.
Ripped up the middle by Coco Crisp. So Crisp, who's really not just scratched at the surface here as a Red Sox, injured a lot of last year, still looking to get going. Claims he's hitting the ball hard. Now he's walked and singled. So there are 2 on. They're down 4-0, but 2 on for Big Papi.
The designated hitter, David Ortiz.
So with one swing of the bat, Boston has a chance to climb right back in this thing, despite the fact that the Yankees have 4 runs on 7 hits in 2 innings. And they have him positioned perfectly. Cano on the grass. Big Papi hit it well, but right at Cano. So with one swing of the bat, the inning's over for another New York.
Indianapolis 500. Coverage begins Sunday, noon Eastern on ABC and ABC HD.
What do you like best about being up here?
Well, that's easy. I love the view. I love seeing all the places people have to go. I love being part of the company that helps those people get there. I love the fact that we're up here looking out over everyone down there. Kind of like angels, but instead of wings, we got a blimp. What do you like best?
I like seeing all the games. And all that stuff you said, too.
Innovative thinking up here so you can get there. Goodyear. Get there.
The most intelligent crime thriller in years has arrived. Hello. Mr. Brooks is a masterpiece. Chilling. You'll be on the edge of your seat. Mr. Brooks, rated R, in theaters June 1st.
Hey, Iron Man.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering if you'd do the honor of listening to a game with me.
Sure.
I got my computer here. How cool is this, huh?
Do you mind if I listen also?
Yeah, actually, we do mind.
Can I just get
Marcus, please don't.
I wouldn't mind
Please
listening.
don't.
Hey,
Marcus?
I'm sorry, guys. Here, I gotta go.
Oh, no.
No. I'll talk to you later.
Do you hear that? It's the sound of my dreams getting crushed.
Where have you been?
Well, I was getting a ride home, eating Wendy's 99-cent Buffalo Crispy Chicken sandwich. All of a sudden, a unicorn jumped in front of our van. We got out, and it was a real unicorn. And by the time we looked back...
So wait a minute. There's a 99-cent Buffalo Crispy Chicken sandwich at Wendy's?
There is now Wendy's new 99-cent Buffalo Crispy Chicken Sandwich. Experience fiery buffalo flavor now for 99 cents. Only at Wendy's. Do what tastes right.
Yankee-Red Sox rivalry. Well, part of the reason the Red Sox have such a big lead this year, games like this. Manny, J.D. Drew, Mike Lowell, and Jason Varitek back-to-back home runs on one of our early Sunday night games, April 22nd. Off youngster Chase Wright, 4 consecutive solo home runs. Red Sox took 2 of 3 from the Yankees at Fenway, then had the sweep at the end of April here at Yankee Stadium. And so 6-2 Boston, and after tonight we'll be exactly halfway through the 18 games that they play each other in the regular season. I will say this as Alex Rodriguez is up. The Red Sox have won a World Series in 2004. Of course, they came back and did something nobody ever did. Down 3-0 and came back in epic fashion. Schilling pitching tonight. One of the big games of baseball lore right here at Yankee Stadium in Game 6. But one thing that these Red Sox have not done is beat the Yankees out for first place. The last time they tied a couple years ago, but in the books the tie goes to the runner, and the Yankees got the division and the Red Sox were the wild card in 05. Oh, there's a lot of room in left center field. Alex Rodriguez will be in there with a double. Eight hits of long and short tonight.
Take a look at this swing by Alex Rodriguez. This is a splitter, and I know it's a little bit up, but watch the commitment on the swing, and then it's just all hands last. The stride, the foot gets down early, the hands are cocked, and the rubber band is stretched, and then wham, there it is. Just a picture-perfect swing on a low split finger. Shoulders down, head down, eyes on the ball, and then a lot of torque left to unload on that baseball to left center.
See the room that they gave him in left center? They played him that way the last at bat as well. Just to finish, last time, Red Sox have not beaten these Yankees of Joe Torre for first place. Last time they were in first in the AL East by their lonesome, 1995. Buck Showalter's last year's manager here. Kevin Kennedy was manager of the Boston Red Sox. So they haven't done that.
They've got a really good chance to do it this year, Boomer.
I understand.
Yeah, but a couple years ago, they got off to an early lead. The Yankees were struggling, and the Yankees put it back together and came storming by them late in the season.
Jorge Posada twisting. Mike Lowell near the seats. Did not get it.
We talk about this Yankee team and their efforts to start to work their way back. And can they get back in the race? But it's not going to just take the Yankees playing great baseball, because the Red Sox are already doing that. They're going to have to expect the Red Sox to falter. And with the starting pitching the Red Sox have gotten this year, it's hard to think they're going to go into any slump that goes too long. I mean, they have 3 aces. They have 3 stoppers in their rotation. That's the formula to keep you out of long losing streaks. It's hard to look at this Red Sox team and think they're going to fall back to the pack in any way.
Yeah, with Josh Beckett coming back probably on the 29th through a simulated game today, around 75 pitches. Said he felt great. We passed him in the tunnel. With him coming back, with Schilling on the mound, with Matsuzaka. Wakefield got roughed up a little bit in this series, was right up there in the ERA leaders in the American League. So you've got to think they'd have to have Jonathan Papelbon go down in the bullpen for some reason so they don't win the games they're supposed to win, then have some damage to that starting rotation, and have Manny stay asleep and David Ortiz not be able to hit for this team to collapse.
Shift on Posada, and he says, what do I care? Throw from Willie Mo Pena, up the line. Another run home for the Yankees, 5-0.
Jorge Posada has been absolutely on fire this year, swinging the bat. Kurt Schilling leaving the ball up in the zone. He throws the breaking ball, just hangs it up there. Posada stays on it. Good piece of hitting, stays behind, hits against that front leg, rotates through and drives it into right field. Doesn't matter what kind of shift they put on when you hit it that hard and find the hole. And William Pena, strong arm, but not strong enough.
John Farrell, new pitching coach, Boston, out to talk with Curt Schilling. 5 runs on 9 hits. Now, I know the one inning they had the little bunt and infield, but still, we've seen home runs. You've seen A-Rod and certainly Posada power the ball here. Jeter's hit it hard.
Well, coming into this game, Curt kind of limped in. He had a rough outing 2 outings ago, giving up his most earned runs of the year. Then his last outing was 6 innings, 118 pitches. And talking to the advanced scouts and the people around baseball, not as much of a swing and miss fastball, and that means the arm speed is a little bit down. That makes the split finger not as sharp, needs to really locate. And tonight, the ball has been up, especially the fastball, and the split finger has just been tumbling, and the curveball has kind of a pattern.
Bobby Abreu is singled tonight. Steps up and looks at strike 1 from Curt Schilling.
Talk about Abreu, who struggles so far this year. One of the big problems has been he's pulling off everything, very anxious at the plate. He's a guy that drives the ball the other way, left center field, keeps that front shoulder closed, isn't pull conscious.
Fouls it away, Schilling up 0-2.
You know, you talk about these two teams, Boomer, and can the Yankees catch the Red Sox over the rest of this year? Well, they've got to start winning series. The Red Sox are 12-2-2 in series this year. The Yankees have only won 4 series this year, 4-9-2. So they've got to start clicking them off. It doesn't matter if it's the Rangers or the Kansas City Royals or the Boston Red Sox. They've got to start putting together a winning record in small increments.
Winning series, right? Every
Winning
manager will tell you that. Because then you got 2 series a week. Oh, how'd we do? Well, we won that series, we won that series. It was a 4-2 week. Pedroia turns it himself. And so Posada gone, Abreu gone. Let's go to Scotty Reese in the studio.
All right, Boomer. Roger Clemens making presumably his final minor league start for Trenton against the Portland Sea Dogs, Red Sox AA. And here, ground out by Jay Johnson, scores Jed Lowry. So the Rocket has now given up a run, Eric Young. But he settles down, strikes out Drew Pinckney, 64 pitches to 3 innings.
I tell you, his pitches had a little bit more bite these last 2 innings.
So he has gone 3, the 1 earned. You see 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, and we will keep you posted, Chris.
Scott, Eric, thank you. Jason Giambi skies it. Veritek tosses the mask. Tech makes the play. So after A-Rod and Posada came out pounding, double play and a pop-up, but the Yankees had another one. They lead it 5-0 with Ramirez and Euclid coming up.
When it's people who do the right thing, they call it being responsible. When it's an insurance company, they call it Liberty Mutual. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
Presenting Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. So revolutionary, it targets and kills the toughest weeds without harming your lawn. Ortho Weed Be Gone sprayed here, ordinary weed killer here. Only Ortho Weed Be Gone has a foaming action and weed targeting formula for total root kill. So it killed the weeds, but not the grass. The ordinary weed killer killed everything. Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. Kills weeds, not lawns. Guaranteed. Now available with new crabgrass control.
We could have put strange things in our beer, but we didn't. Beck's.
choosing to use only 4 all-natural ingredients for over 125 years.
Coleman, the outdoor company.
Welcome back to Wednesday Night Baseball here on ESPN, presented by Goodyear. Chris Berman, Oral Hershiser, Steve Phillips in the booth. Honey Bernstein down below as we watch Curt Schilling kind of, well, pitching how the beard looks, kind of scruffy, huh?
Exactly.
Yankees 5 runs, 9 hits through 3 innings. Meanwhile, Andy Pettitte said, whoa, 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 whoa. You give me 5 runs for 3 innings? I don't get that this year. He hasn't. And
they've averaged 5 runs a start, but not when he's in the game.
Right, of course.
45 runs in his 9 start, but I'll bet you he's only gotten about 35 of them. It's news right here, though, Boomer. Falling behind 2-0. He had thrown first pitch strikes to 11 out of 13 batters prior to Manny coming up here. With a 5-run lead, I expect him to go right here, strength against strength.
So you talked at the beginning, and of course with a 5-run lead, we'll see him how he's not the long ball driver, to use your golf analogy, and that ball will be a tough play for A-Rod. Too tough. Ramirez, lightweight, playing so deep in the down the line. It's a long throw.
Well, Manny Ramirez never bunts for a base hit, so Alex Rodriguez playing very deep. And Manny takes a big swing at this, so you'd think he's going to hit it hard. See Alex kind of react to it, hesitates just for a second to get his footwork right. Fields it well, circles the ball, just doesn't get enough on the throw, and Manny legs it out down the line.
And this is the part of the game that the hitters forget, because David Ortiz in the last inning got beat by the shift and lined out to second base deep out in right field, but Manny causes the same type of defensive adjustment but gets a base hit out of a routine ground ball because of the defense.
Kevin Youkilis on that, but I'm going to throw it at you, Oral, and we'll keep an eye on it. Pettitte more of a, he's made it some sort of a transition. Have we seen that tonight?
Well, we see that with all great pitchers. I mean, Andy Pettitte a little more aggressive as far as strike one tonight. You need to do that when you know your stuff is a little short. Pitching ahead is definitely a must, because when you pitch behind, you better have electric stuff or have a pitch that you can throw to the middle of the strike zone and get off the barrel of the bat. He realizes at this point in his career, less stuff, less movement, less dominant. Strike one, I'll use more of the basic baseball strategies, and then all of my pitches using both sides of the plate will get people out. But you remember when he was in his first term here with the Yankees, the 4 World Series rings, it was the hard cutter. We're talking 91 to 93 miles an hour on the thumbs. Billy Connor taught him that pitch back in 95. They worked on it and it really turned his career around here. There it is right there at 89, but think about that pitch at about 92, and you just get worn out as a hitter, and then you have to speed up and guard that inside part, and that opens up the outside part of the corner. But that, like his teammate that's closed so many games, Mariano Rivera, throws that pitch from the right side.
2-1 to Youkilis. Short hop, tough play. Cano, Jeter, Mankiewicz, double play.
That ball,
Cano, who struggled the other day, looked pretty strong there.
A well-hit ball by Kevin Youkilis. He stays on it, rips it up the middle. And a tough play for Robbie Cano as Andy Pettitte kind of shields him a little bit, but he plays the hop, knows he can take his time as the ball was well struck. Nice flip to Derek Jeter. Able to get up, make the nice flip. Jeter, nice strong throw to get the double play. Youkilis hustling down the line as he gets out there. And a well-hit ball. Youkilis hustling down that line, just barely getting him at first base.
Oral, Andy, though, used to pitch for a young guy, thrown into big situations, as you point out. Long play, Jeter. Too long. Can't quite get the grasp, and Lowell will be aboard. Pettit was always a smart pitcher, though. Pitched beyond his years back then, didn't he?
Oh, for sure, and always poised and the big game pitcher, and that's why he's second, I think, all time in playoff wins, World Series wins. He's been in so many, but right behind John Smoltz. So, yes, very intelligent, very poised, a perfectionist by heart, and was very critical on himself, and has won the most games for that man right there. 139-72 is Andy Pettit with Joe Torre at the helm.
Veritek up with Lowell on, and Tech hits a long way to center. And Johnny Damon is there. Lowell stranded. Pettit cruising, heading to the bottom of the fourth. Yankees 5, Red Sox nada.
You own your own business and wear all the hats. But when was the last time you got a little recognition? Well, here's something just for you. Sovereign Business Owner Banking. You can get free business checking, 300 free monthly transactions, and no minimum balance. Plus, your first order of checks free. We'll even add the rewards of our best personal checking account free. Sovereign Business Owner Banking.
Does that work for you?
The air in the average American home is 2 to 5 times more polluted than the air outside. But now, Trane introduces the first central air system that removes up to 99.98% of the allergens from all the air that it heats or cools. Trane Clean Effects. Isn't it time you expected more from your system?
Get a mail-in rebate up to $1,200 plus 6 months same as cash on a qualifying Trane comfort system. Call 877-TRAIN-23 for a participating independent Trane dealer.
It's hard to stop a train.
It's not about Fisk's home run, or Kirk's, Big Joe Carter's, or even Mag's. It's not about the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 on and 2 out in a tie ball game with their shutdown closer warming up in the pen. And it's not about believing that taking your cap off and turning it inside out can make a baseball go 500 feet. It's not about any one thing. It's about when it all comes together. Indians, Tigers, Sunday at 8 on ESPN.
All you gotta do is go pick up a kid down in Jersey. That can't be that hard now, can it? You just killed a helicopter with a car. He's out of bullets. And still, Spider Boy. Hey, you first shot! You said your dad was dead.
I may have exaggerated a little bit.
Live Free or Die Hard, June 27th. This film is not yet rated.
Welcome back to Yankee Stadium as we take a look at the series history between these two teams presented by Bank of America. It is rivalry week since 2003 with that great Boone Game 7 and then in 04 the great Red Sox comeback. So including those postseason 4-3s. We'll go back up there in a minute. Swinging at the first pitch was Robinson Cano and 1 up, 1 down. As Lugo makes the play. 50-48. I mean, you can put up the stats any way you want, but 50-48 means tight, tight, tight.
Pretty darn close. Two teams very well balanced, kind of match up well with each other. Same type of offenses. They work the count, work pitches. That's why their games oftentimes go well beyond 3 hours because of the patience at the plate.
Mankiewicz. Very much ballyhooed made the last put out in the Red Sox World Series win in 2004. You talk about closing the glove hard on the ball to make sure you don't drop it. He held on that for a year and a half.
Yeah, then he tied a string around it. That's what you do with the glove in the winter to keep the shape. The ball was still in there. Put it in a safe and put a little neat's foot oil in there. Tie the shoelace around. Put it under your bed and keep it for next spring.
You know, I have the answer as to who owned that ball. Whoever paid for the ball owns the ball in my mind, and it was in St. Louis.
So it's not the answer; it's the answer from your mind.
No, it's exactly. No, it's the answer. But the St. Louis Cardinals own that ball. It's their right to dictate who gets it.
I don't know who's going to own this ball. Somebody sitting up high, gone. You talk about a ball and a glove tied on a string. That ball was hit on a rope. Gone by Mankiewicz. 6-0 New York.
Curt Schilling not fooling anybody tonight. Everything kind of sitting up in the zone. No real bite or depth to any of his pitches.
And that ball is ripped foul by Johnny Damon. Home run number 4 for Mankiewicz.
Well, you see, he came inside with a fastball, but you see Jason Varitek reach up in the zone for the ball. They're setting up on the outer part of the plate. It comes on the inside, and more often than not, home run balls are mistake pitches.
Damon, a little shot down. Look at Manny. You know, he's a better left fielder than he gets credit for. He loped over there, but had a beat on it all the way.
It's knowing your former teammate right there, well positioned. He has seen Johnny Damon hit a lot of doubles down the left field line, and it makes it look easy on a good hair day for Manny.
We saw him a couple nights on Baseball Tonight a couple nights ago where he made a nice diving catch coming forward, and he lost a little squishy thing. He lost the do-rag, and the hair was going everywhere in the hat. But in that one, he maintained everything right there, balance and hair products.
He had red.
Yeah.
The hair was red a week or two ago, so he's made a little change, I think. Very important, the hair products. I have to laugh because last night while you all were watching this, I mean, I went to Broadway and I don't hear that much. But see, Hairspray, which was 2 hours about keeping the hair in the early 60s, that dude just sitting there perfect. I don't know, there may be different products, but they're working on Manny now. Jeter back to Schilling. And so the Yankees are retired, but not until they put up another number. They've scored in every inning tonight. 6-0 New York through 4.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. No fees, no worries, guaranteed. Introducing No Fee Mortgage Plus. It's the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Somewhere in the world, we've sunk a treasure chest. Inside, $50,000 in gold and the key to a Volvo XC90. Find it, and it's yours. Inspired by Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. In theaters May 25th. Log on now and join the hunt.
Lease a new 2007 XC90 3.2 for $399 a month for 36 months.
Few, the proud, the Marines.
An important lesson I learned is to never give up.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America teach kids the importance of never giving up.
Home run, Big Papi spikes again!
Big kid, big effort, big smile. I guess that's why they call me Big Papi.
Major League Baseball is a proud sponsor of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
Back in New York, Andy Pettit of the Yankees leading Curt Schilling and the Red Sox 6-0 here in the top of the 5th inning. Willie Mopena, Dustin Pedroia, Julio Lugo, 8-9-1 for Boston. 6 runs, 10 hits, New York. No runs, 5 hits, Boston. As Willie Mo, they're trying to get him on track. You know, he came over in the Bronson Arroyo trade last year, which, of course, Arroyo had a huge year pitching and hitting homers, I might add, for the Reds. But Willie Mo, they really want to get him some ABs to get going here.
Well, they'd like to get us some at-bats, but the problem is he has that kind of swing. He's got a big swing and a lot of swings and misses. He needs playing time to get locked in, and J.D. Drew signed to a big contract, slotted in right field to be the number 5 hitter in the lineup. Pena getting an opportunity with Pettit on the mound, but not enough at-bats or opportunities, particularly with David Ortiz as the DH. You just can't find a way to get Pena his at-bats.
Well, and tonight, J.D. Drew hitting .429 off of Pettit, so even left on left. But Willie Moe hitting .375, so a nice night, nice opportunity for Tito Francona to get him in there.
Fouls that one back.
You want to watch batting practice. If you get out and the Red Sox are coming to town, get out and watch Willie Moe Pena take some batting practice, because there are not many guys who hit the ball further than he can hit it. He has what scouts write up in the reports is light tower power. He hits them high and far just about every swing during batting practice. He is a strong man, huh?
If he hits in the same group as Big Papi, that's worth watching. We'll talk to Big Papi briefly. How about well, that'll be interesting. Charging his A-Rod. Safe. So Willie Moe gave it. How about Big Papi trying to aim at McCovey Cove there in the home run derby? But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Our game track presented by TiVo. Derek Jeter, the captain, driving in a run in the first inning. And then he was driven in by Hideki Matsui's 2-run home run. 3-0 New York right away. Doug Mankiewicz. Yankees scored in every inning. Mankiewicz with his solo home run in the fourth. So 3 in the first, a 2-out single by Jeter in the second, an RBI single by Posada in the third. Mankiewicz in the fourth, a homer. 6-0. Willie Moe Pena on first. Dustin Pedroia up. Kind of the eye of Theo Epstein in particular, the general manager on Pedroia. High pick, and part of the reason why Mark Loretta was not re-signed. Loretta did a great job with Boston last year. Man, he did a great job.
Well, you talked about even his bat was a little weak, but the defense on that infield. He only had 66 errors last year in that infield, with Loretta at second, Gonzalez at short, Lowell and Youkilis. This year it's a little weaker. They've played about 31 errors already, so they're almost to the halfway point. We're just around 40 games. So defense, little shortcomings with the Red Sox, but the starting pitching, the bullpen, and the offense have been solid.
And the record's been pretty solid at 31-14.
Yeah.
Red Sox have won 5 in a row once. They've won 4 in a row once. They've won 3 in a row 5 times. This is what you talked about last year. Lowell and Gonzalez, remember, were together for years at Florida. So they knew, I mean, intrinsically what the other was doing. Right. Back, winning streak of 5, winning streak of 4, 5 times a winning streak of 3. Conversely, Yankees have won 3 in a row only twice.
The Red Sox have not lost 3 games in a row yet this year either. So you talk about, are they going to fall back to the pack? When you have the kind of starting pitching they do, you tend to keep out of losing streaks.
Yeah, they're on pace to win 115 games or so. Somewhere
That's
between 115 118. Well, it's a little high, but you know, Yankees don't get their starting pitching in order. The Red Sox continue. I know that's high. You're right. And they haven't really hit a slump. They haven't lost 3 games in a row yet. But that starting pitching is a formidable foundation to continue to build this season from.
And that will not. Oh, it is dropped. I was going to say that doesn't drop down in front of Abreu quickly enough, but he did it for them. And Boston, maybe, just maybe, bottom of the lineup, 2 guys on, with Lugo coming up. Let's go to Scott Reese in the studio for a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
All right, Boomer. AC Milan wins the UEFA Champions League final today, beating Liverpool 2-1 behind a pair of goals from Filippo Inzaghi. It's Milan's 7th European title. And a split decision for Georgetown star juniors. Jeff Green announced he will keep his name in the NBA draft. Roy Hibbert will return for his senior season. Details on SportsCenter 11 Eastern, ESPN News all the time. Boom.
All right, Scotty, thank you. The Swami predicted Milan in that final. 1-0 already on the year.
It is football,
know that,
right?
You know that it is. You know that if I get off to a slow start, I will count that. Here it is. And what happened? I mean, how? Why?
Well, Pedroia hit that liner, and it got right in the lights. You see Bobby Abreu shy away at the last minute. It got caught up in the lights. He couldn't see it. He knew he was somewhere near it. The ball hit off the heel of his glove, and a tough play and some bad luck.
Maybe the opening that Boston needs against Andy Pettit, although he's quickly ahead of Lugo 0-2. When you're struggling, you just see, right? You're struggling at the plate, and then here on a ball that he knows he made that catch 8 million times in his career.
Yeah, you just don't know where to put lights at a big league stadium. They try and keep them out of the track of the right and left fielder. Usually center fielders don't have problems with lights. But to light the home plate area and the pitcher's mound so that the flight of the ball doesn't have shadows on it, you have to get the lights completely around the ball. And at some point or another, they're going to start to get in somebody's eyes, and it's usually right and left fielders.
And it's always when you were on the mound, right, Earl, that one of your fielders lost it.
I think that should be an unearned run sometimes.
Broken bat, Pettit, Cano. Well, that's one way to do it. Wow.
You make this play in your sleep as a pitcher. You go through pitcher fielding practice, PFP, and spring training. They hit you comebackers. Sometimes the fungo ends up in the air and it's a line drive, and you just know you react to a base. As a left-hander, the glove side there immediately pointed him to second base. He flipped it out there. He didn't care who was coming. Someone was going to be there, Jeter or Cano, because the ball was hit up the middle.
Pettit has, remember, picked off a runner tonight as well, fielded the position.
Down 6-0. Willie Mo Pena cannot get doubled off in that situation. His run doesn't mean all that much. You're going to look to get a big inning. That ball has to get by Andy Pettit before you start taking off. That's a bad double play, bad base running by Willie Mo.
Coco Crisp walked and singled. Steps in, trying to lost it back on track, but now with that. Look at Pettit. Now it's A-Rod. So Andy Pettit starts the double play, gets Crisp to pop out. Yikes! And 1 out, 2 out. 6-0 Yanks.
MLB.tv. Sign up now on ESPN.com.
These are our seats right here.
Yeah?
Oh, this is awesome! Come on, let's do it now. Awesome! Yes, sir! Everybody throw your hands up. Hey, we're all hanging out tonight.
If you could sit here for the same price as here,
Peanuts!
why wouldn't you?
Oh!
It's the same with auto insurance. With discounts up to 40%, it's possible to get the personal service of a State Farm agent for the same or less than those other guys. Call an agent 24/7 or visit statefarm.com.
That would never have worked out between us.
Keep telling yourself that, darling. Quite like the sound of that.
Pyrex going to be either day. She'll start tomorrow at 8 p.m.
When my doctor told me my high blood pressure may have led to my erectile dysfunction, I was surprised. But then he said there was something I could do.
When I found out my diabetes could have led to my ED, I learned there was help.
My doctor told me about Levitra.
Levitra is clinically proven to work for men with ED, even those with high blood pressure or diabetes. Levitra is only for men healthy enough for sexual activity. If you have heart problems or are on alpha blocker therapy, talk to your doctor before taking Levitra. Do not take Levitra if you take nitrates for chest pains, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing and stuffy or runny nose. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience an erection lasting longer than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in vision, stop taking Levitra and call your doctor right away.
Doctors know Levitra helps treat ED, even in men with high blood pressure.
And in men with diabetes.
Over 1 million men just like me have already taken Levitra.
You should talk to your doctor about Levitra.
The more you know about ED, the more you'll want to know about Levitra.
There are times you gotta ask yourself, do you think you've got the torque, or do you know you've got the torque? Get Q Torque Power for trucks, heat activated to help more torque reach the road. No leading synthetic oil delivers more torque than Q Torque Power.
6-0 here. Yankees over the Red Sox. And on ESPN2 right now, 79 pitches, 3 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts for Roger Clemens, pitching for the Yankees AA team against the Red Sox AA team. Is he up 2-1 or he's up 2-1? So Yankees big, Yankees small winning tonight. That's right above us. Although big Yankee pitching for Yankees small, hoping to have something big happen for Yankees when he comes to big club. Follow? Hey, we put up a 2-box. I got to make it work.
Absolutely.
I'm right with you.
You know, there's a lot of thought that around Yankee Stadium, the fans, that the Yankee season starts when Roger Clemens gets here. You know, and Derek Jeter keeps saying, look, we can't wait. We can't wait. We have to keep playing.
That's a dangerous thing. He only can play once every 5 days.
But it's that thought of, hey, when the Savior gets here, it's going to fix everything. We're going to get back on track. And that's why he better be right in that first game. Because if it's a clunker, if he's knocked out in less than 5 innings, it lets all the air out of the balloon.
You know what, though? Here's what I heard down on the field. As Matsui chops it, Pedroia, now you assist to go back to the bag. Good hustle, Matsui. Very good hustle, but he's out. More than one Yankee said essentially this. As I asked, what are you expecting out of Roger? Expect a little fire in the club. Expect a little bit in the clubhouse, maybe some of which we haven't quite had. Interesting. For whatever reason. Interesting.
Well, there has been a lack of fire. I mean, they've kind of hung their heads at times when they've struggled.
Lugo, long throw, and A-Rod gone.
You know, when they've made some mistakes, you've had that look on their face of, oh, here we go again. You know, this is the thing that's going to cause us to lose today. And it made me even think, you know, one of the things they were lacking was kind of the fire of Gary Sheffield. Traded away in the offseason, but, you know, he always plays with a chip on his shoulder. You know, he swings aggressively, plays aggressively. They kind of missed that little edge. They don't have that same edge right now without a Sheffield around.
But we keep seeing a shot at Joe Torre. Please. I mean, please. Getting rid of Joe Torre would be ridiculous to make that that's going to change things. Please.
Completely agree with you.
Yep, the Bobby Cox of the American League. It's not his fault that 7 rookies have had to start for him, 5 making their major league debut in the rotation. There's only one team in the history of the game, the history of the game, 1884, Kansas City of the Union Association, that put 5 rookies on their major league debut in the first 42 games. Oh my God! The first 42 games to put 5 rookies on the mound. That's some injuries when you have a $200 million payroll.
You can't manage health. I mean, if you let Joe Torre go and say, hey, the next guy we're going to bring in 11 years, how about if he wins, he goes to the playoffs every year, he takes you to 6 World Series, you win 4 of them. Everybody would sign up with it. That's the guy sitting in the dugout right now for the New York Yankees and Joe Torre.
You know, if you were to fire Joe Torre, you'd have to bring in somebody who was running an HMO. Otherwise, there's no point. You're saying you can't manage how the big position.
You're right.
You can't. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yet for him, with the shift on again to Posada, I said, Joe, what can you do? He says, I can just tell them that I have complete confidence in their ability. After that, when things are going like this, it's not. You can change the lineup, but I'm not going to find one for 4 months, here's the lineup. It doesn't work that way, right, Earl?
Nope.
Schilling for the first time, a 1-2-3 inning. For the first time, the Yankees don't score in an inning. 6-0 Yankees.
Hello? Hey, it's Roger again. This time I'm calling you on my new Comcast digital voice home phone service.
Told you last time, tattoos are permanent.
I know what you said before, but I was talking on my old phone service.
So?
Now I'm talking to you on my new Comcast service.
Sorry, Roger, you're Tiger now.
Sorry? I have Comcast digital voice.
Your phone calls won't change. They'll just cost less. Affordable and reliable Comcast digital voice. It's Comcastic.
Target is locked, and the savings are confirmed. Roger, Echo 1. Proceed straight to Fred B.
Maydays are here at Fred Bean's Buick Pontiac GMC. Get here now for incredible savings throughout our giant inventory. Drive a brand new GMC Sierra for just $14,495 or a Pontiac G5 for only $159 a month. Maydays at one of the GM dealers of the year. Fred Bean's Buick Pontiac GMC in Doylestown. On the web at fredbeans.com. Fred Beans.
Sink your teeth into the official candy bar of Major League Baseball. Baby Ruth from Nestle. It's loaded with good stuff you can really savor.
You take this, take him down. Give me the tape. Ready? Here we go. Let's go.
With 13 feet of standout, no other tape comes close. The Fat Max Extreme from Stanley.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is clear. Crystal clear Turtle Wax Ice. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever.
Ice leaves nothing behind but pure shine. Now, your choice is clear. Turtle Wax Ice.
ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball, presented by Goodyear. Brought to you by Baby Ruth from Nestle. Savor the good stuff of the official candy bar of Major League Baseball. Stanley, make something great. And Turtle Wax Ice Car Polish, because your car deserves the best.
Back at Yankee Stadium, it's been Andy Pettitte pitching a shutout ball. And now here he is to Big Papi, Manny Ramirez, and Kevin Youkilis, the heart of the Red Sox order. 6-0 Yanks. They got 3 in the first, 2-run homer Matsui. Mankiewicz homered in the fourth. A couple of ribbies for Derek Jeter. It's the kind of night for the Yankees that when you read the March, okay, here's the preseason publication, how you think they're going to do. Well, Pettitte's going to be back. He's going to be good. A couple RBIs. Jeter, home run here. This is the type of game, like Monday night's game, that you expected when you're sitting reading in March.
The Yankee blueprint,
right?
Yankee blueprint for 07. Mariano Rivera, probably Proctor and Farnsworth come in the 7th or 8th, maybe. Mariano Rivera in the 9th. They need him.
You get the good starting pitching. You have the circular lineup where there's no beginning or end. They're all the same guy. Tonight, everybody but Jason Giambi has a base hit. Only 5 innings into the game. Great production throughout the lineup.
Number 9 hitter home run, Mankiewicz.
Well, what you wouldn't look at, historically, they only have 3 300 hitters in the lineup. They only have 1 guy with double-digit home runs, with A-Rod at third base. So for one night, they're doing it. But they need to do it a little more often.
We can be heroes, if just for one day. Well, David Bowie for you here on a Wednesday night.
Was that an acid rock song? That was
that was a good song. Good song.
I don't think Andy Pettitte would listen to that song being from Texas.
Probably not. I don't know if they did the Foo Fighter remake of it either. I don't know.
Yeah, there's no banjo on that one, is there?
Tell you what, he's a hero for this night thus far.
Now, if you're Andy Pettitte, this is exactly the way you want to face David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez.
Right.
Nobody on base, leading off the inning. I mean, it's exactly the way with a 6-0 lead. Hey, I'll take my chances pitching to these guys with nobody on.
Last 3 outings for Pettitte. 7, 7 1/3, 7. Went 1 and 2 in those starts too. Big Papi with a skyward ball, but that'll just make a fan of the upper deck happy. Andy 0-2 this far against Boston, and also made a relief appearance. So the Red Sox measured him, beat him 11-4 back on April 27th, part of that 3-game sweep here in New York.
It was his only outing, 8 of 9, 3 runs or less. That was the only outing where he had more than 3 runs.
In the hole, Cano, but there is no hole. And Big Papi is gone. You know, earlier we mentioned one of the things about Pettitte is, or you were talking about it, more vocal this time around as a Yankee. And Bonnie Bernstein, I guess you heard some.
Here's Exhibit A for you, Boom. Let's take you back to April 28th. That's the day Pettit called a 45-minute pitchers-only meeting. Yankee starters were 4-7 at that point. They were hurt. They were struggling. As Mike Mussina told me, Pettit gave everybody a, quote, swift kick in the butt. Told them to give a good, hard look in the mirror because this team's not going anywhere unless there is pitching. Pettit told me, I was frustrated. I feel as a veteran it's my responsibility to fix the problems. As Manny flies.
You almost get to do back, Bonnie.
I almost
was
did.
Give you a chance.
I always wanted to do that.
I laid out. I figured you had a chance. That was a back.
Yeah, but then if you do a back, and it's like a fly out, and you feel like an idiot.
No, you go back. You cover yourself. At any rate, the way you covered is
right.
back goes the fielder back, but then you're covered. Well, I learned that in the early 90s doing baseball after I miscalled a couple of balls. At any rate, back to Pettit.
I'll learn from your mistakes. So anyway, Pettit says to the guys, look, we are getting too deep into counts. You can't get bogged down in the losing. And since then, the ERA's gone down. And quite frankly, the losses have been more a product of the bats not producing for the Yankees than it's been the pitching. And in fact, Jorge Posada was telling me that he sees a much higher level of confidence among the pitchers. He said, now I don't see them giving up when things have gotten rough.
Thanks, Bonnie. We're going to, there you go. We're going to lay out, there's going to be some other batter. I'm just going to say, Bonnie, your call.
Don't give up on me.
I don't. Are you kidding?
She's going to start saying back to you, Boomer.
Well, you could do that and not get hurt, Bon. See?
All right. That's a good option. Well, that's plan B. We'll go with that.
All right. That's good. That was a rope, huh? That was just, by the way, we call a two-back. That was back off the wall. That was that fast. On Pettit, and by the way, big picture. So if Clemens comes, the pipe dream would be in no particular order. Long, Pettit, Clemens, young Philip Hughes, and a straightened up Mussina. On paper, if they ever get it, pretty good.
That is the plan, and their thought would be that it would also protect an overused bullpen from early in the season. You'd get some starters that give you some consistency that you could go through one run through the rotation, have everybody give you 6 innings or so. I mean, the Yankees aren't averaging even 6 innings from their starters this year. Just close to 5. That takes a real toll on the bullpen.
One, 2 to Youkilis. Good eye, 2-2. I mean, you can't live like that.
It's a lot of pitching changes, a lot of warming up, there's not even included in those numbers are some days where guys have warmed up and not come into the games. All of those take a toll, and at some point they show up on the mound.
Ooh. Well, the Yankees will have the ability to go out and replenish their bullpen if they get back into this. I'm sure there'll be no problem in doing that. Some of those guys in the bullpen, Scott Proctor, Carl Farnsworth, Mike Myers, they were on pace to throw 100 and some games. It's got to back off.
They
that
can't
pace.
do that.
No.
Only Mike Marshall can do that.
That's right. With his screwball.
2-2 to Youkilis. Red Sox trying to get on the board. They trail 6-0. Yankees early and often thunder. 10 hits along with their 6 runs against Curt Schilling. Good pitch. Good action on that one as Youkilis is gone. Here's what we look like, by the way, in case you were wondering if you didn't tune in at 7:01. Talk about adjustment. Let me go back to that oral. Pitchers that have made adjustment in the last 20, 25 years, who come to mind as guys that, boy, they once were pitchers like this, and now they're pitchers like A and then B?
Well, for sure, you think of the guys that have got a chance at 300 wins like that is already there. Greg Maddux, Tom Glavine. Maddux was more of a sinker, change-up pitcher. Then he developed a cutter when people got in on him. Andy Pettit here had the cutter, fastball. Now he's got to go to more of a mix. Roger Clemens was a hard fastball, curveball pitcher. Now he's a fastball split pitcher. So there's a lot of guys that once the league starts to catch up to you or your age and your abilities start to change, you've got to make some adjustments to keep winning.
And I suspect Pedro Martinez is going to have to make some of those adjustments when he comes back from his surgery with the Mets. A lot of thought he'll be back in August, but I think a guy who's going to have to maybe change his approach a little bit.
Well, the thing with Pedro would be he had such a wide array of pitches before. What he'll just have to find out is what is the relationship of those pitches and how do I need to, pick different counts now to throw them in.
1-1 to Mike Lowell. Ramirez, the runner at second. The guy, as I look back 30 years, 35 years, and go back a little farther than the last 20, 25. Because we got into this discussion with Mattingly and Tony Pena and Joe Kerrigan down there. It was interesting. They all said Glavine.
Yep.
I got one for you. One of the biggest adjustments I've seen. Frank Tanana.
Well, yes, for sure.
Frank Tanana.
He was one of the hardest throwers ever as a young man, and then he became one of the softest tossers in all of baseball.
Smart.
Very smart.
And won both ways.
Yes,
he
did.
figured it out. Very successful.
Crowd wants Pettit to put another goose egg up on the board. He's one strike away from doing it. But this ball to deep right center field of Abreu, he's not going to get it. Ramirez will trot home. And a deep double by Mike Lowell makes it a 6-1 game.
We talked about the Boston Red Sox and the hitting around Ramirez and David Ortiz, Mike Lowell, Jason Varitek, Justin Pedroia, but Mike Lowell has been swinging a hot bat, especially the last 30 days. Hitting over 340. That gives him his 23rd RBI in the last 30 days. He's got 6 home runs, right there with all the league leaders if you take him over the last month or so.
Remember when they got Lowell off from Florida, it was coming away down. I don't know what he has left. Maybe the wall will help him.
They were forced to take him in the deal.
Right.
If you want Josh Beckett, by the way, you have to take Mike Lowell in his contract. They said, okay, well, pretty good move right now.
Yes. Oh, by the way, he fields pretty darn well.
Yeah. All-time fielding percentage leader at third base.
Last year tailed off in the second half a little bit. I think the big question is, physically, can he keep it together the second half of this year? Because he's running the bases a lot so far this year because he is really swinging the bat.
33 years of age in his 9th season. Yeah, that was a huge deal. And, of course, some names that we've certainly seen surface for Florida, and that the Hanley Ramirez, Anibal Sanchez had a no-hitter. There's some others, but, hey, they're going to take Beckett and Lowell.
One of those trades that worked out for both organizations, both clubs, to where it fit where they're going at that time. And Red Sox trying to win now, the Marlins winning later.
Whereas a general manager, right, you dream of deals that help both teams.
I mean, you like it because what happens if it becomes a one-sided deal, the other club may somewhat be reluctant to make a trade with you later. So the fact that it works out for both sides is good because it makes you willing trade partners again.
1-2 to Varitek. Roll the runner at second. Fans want Andy Pettit to put an end to such nonsense. I got to go back to Mattingly, back to Frank Tanana for a minute. I sat in the upper deck here when Tanana and Ryan were pitching for the Angels. Came in back-to-back nights, sat on the upper deck behind the plate. 33 strikeouts in 2 nights.
Oh,
wow. I wasn't there. I had behind the plate. Wow. Not every seat was sold then. I had better seats than that, but not much better. I was a college kid. A little past 9 o'clock in the East, a little past 3 out in Hawaii. No Kauai Maui matchup tonight, but still some Hawaiian shirts in the crowd. Andy Pettit and the Yankees lead Curt Schilling and the Red Sox 6-1. Here in the top of the 6th. 3 runs in the first. 2-run homer by Matsui. Got the Yankees going. And now the count full to Jason Varitek. Mankiewicz has hit a homer. Jeter has driven in a couple of runs. Posada driven a run. I mean, it's as they dialed it up and why they got Andy Pettitte back here.
It's about as careful as Andy Pettitte has pitched to anyone. He just crossed the 90-pitch barrier. He's at 92. Jorge Posada out there for a little chat. Varitek hits him at a 366 clip with a home run. So right now at 0 for 2, the pop up to the third baseman, Alex Rodriguez, and a fly out to center. Varitek's kind of due to get his hit with 2 out and a man on second. He don't want to give up this other scratch run, give Boston any hope in this game.
And the scouting numbers show that Varitek has beaten up Andy Pettitte in the past on the soft stuff, the off-speed stuff. Now 3-2 count with first base open. Willie Mo Pena up next, but Pena with a lot of power. You know, I think you have to go after Varitek right here with a fastball.
Yep.
Fly ball to right, Abreu. Squeezes it. The Red Sox get 1, but that's it. Heading to the bottom of the 6th. 6-1 New York.
What do you like best about being up here?
That's easy. I love the view. I love seeing all the places people had to go. I love being part of the company that helps those people get there. I love the fact that we're up here looking out over everyone down there. Kind of like angels, but instead of wings, we got a blimp. What do you like best?
I like seeing all the games. And all that stuff you said, too.
Innovative thinking up here so you can get there. Goodyear. Get there.
I was just driving around, minding my own business.
When it came out of nowhere,
suddenly there were lights all around me.
I'm like, they're coming for me.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I just never thought they'd find me. Not out here.
It doesn't matter where you drive. If you don't buckle up, you will get caught. Cops are cracking down all across the country. Click it or ticket.
Today.
Oh, that really hurts!
It's too big.
I'm so hot.
Too obscene. Too naughty, even for theaters.
Yay!
Epic movie, unrated, on DVD today.
I signed up for car insurance on Progressive.com. I saved money, which was great, but they also have these local response vehicles. And if you're in an accident or need an estimate or whatever, a Progressive guy will come to you. And they're all over. I am a musician who's on the road a lot, so it's pretty cool that they'll come to me if my van, you know, gets pummeled by adoring fans. Or if I hit a pole.
Progressive. Saving hundreds is just the beginning.
It came out of nowhere.
There's a place in this country where the air is fresh, where there's zero landfill, where nearly everything is recycled. And if you look around, you'll see deer, rabbits, blue herons. Some people call it a little piece of heaven. We call it the Subaru plant here in Indiana.
The city that never sleeps. What a beautiful week. God, we waited all spring for a week like this. And in the Northeast, we've got it. You see the Chrysler Building there, Manhattan skyline, heading toward Memorial Day weekend. A beautiful week of weather. Yanks, Red Sox, 50,000 plus every night at the place. And it's only the beginning of the week.
Got Fleet Week starting as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice time. The weather cooperates. Springtime in this part of the country is awesome. And the Yankees trying to cooperate for their fans. You know, you talk about, wow, we have the Mets and we have the Red Sox. And those 6 games, we get past that, these gut-wrenching, big rivalry. Oh, by the way, the Angels are coming in next. Red hot leaders of the West. Oh, by the way, they got to go to Boston next week. So, I mean, they really are going to have to work hard just to win the series, right, fellas?
Yes, you do. I tell you, those Angels of Los Angeles are a pretty good team.
They're good.
Get some good starting pitching. K-Rod at the end with Shields.
Abreu. Nice play by Youkilis. Flips it over to Schilling, and Abreu is gone. I mean, He hadn't played first base that long. I mean, I always played some, but really a third baseman by trade.
A good athlete. He moves well. You know, he gets his setup and actually stayed low to move to the ball, allowing him to get to it more easily. And then a good, accurate flip to Curt Schilling on the move to cover first base. And how about that for an errorless streak at first base?
That'll work. He only makes errors on holidays. So on Memorial Day, be careful. Brendan Donnelly, one-time Angel.
Yeah, main fixture in the Angels championship years down in their bullpen.
You know, it was amazing, those Angels, they all wore glasses too, didn't they?
Yeah,
every one of them,
did.
except maybe Person.
It's kind of California cool to wear those glasses and pitch out there. Oral kind of wears those everywhere he goes.
Here we go. My partner.
Jason Giambi skies it, and in the shift, Pedroia is halfway to right field anyway. And there is 2 outs. Boys and Girls Clubs of America, the official charity. Major League Baseball, together we create a positive place for kids. Boys and Girls Clubs. Now they're all thinking about school's about over. You know, we can come to like day games during the week. Summer League, we're playing Little League. That's a smile that could light up a room right there.
So I think they're wondering where the cotton candy is.
It's around. And by the way, it'll be, if they eat it, it'll be around on their clothes for about a week. That stuff, that doesn't go away. I don't care what detergent you use. Right. Pink, blue.
All of it.
Very 60s colors. The cotton candy, man. You see it coming from a mile away. The dentists love it because business up.
Yeah.
Ball hit hard by Cano. So now Cano with 2 hits.
Well, and one of those 2 hits is a bunt. When you're struggling like Robinson Cano has been, one thing that can take a little pressure off the next at bat and keep you in your game was when you already got your hit in your back pocket. And sometimes the best way to get that is a little bunt signal. He did that. Now he stays on the high breaking ball from Schilling, hits it back up the middle. Another good way to get out of a slump. Take the ball up the middle.
Really the first time he's struggled as a Yankee right now. Right, first time he's been going through it.
Hit 342 last year, I think 3rd in the league in hitting. And at one point he was at 242, 100 points lower so far this year. And you really find out about a kid when things are going poorly.
Well, in the field as well for him.
Well, you know, and that's the test. That is the true test, is if you're struggling offensively, do you take that into the field and let it affect you mentally? We've seen some signs of that. And oftentimes that's just maturity. That's growing into being a major league player and learning how to do it. The true test is what kind of player are you? What kind of teammate are you when you're struggling?
And Cavich homered his last time up. 6-1, the Yankees lead Curt Schilling, scoring in every inning until the last one, the 5th. And a little inside out job by Mankiewicz. So the bottom of the order getting things done. 2 men on for Johnny Damon to Scott Reese in the studio. A Rocket report.
Well, Boomer, the Rockets' night is over. He lasts 5 1/3 innings in what is presumably his final start in the minor leagues before getting the call for the Yankees as soon as next week. 5 1/3, 2 earned. Eric Young, 6 hits, and after a slow start, he pitched much better as the game went.
He definitely picked it up. He was pushing the limit. We pushed it over 100, so he did a good job.
102 pitches all told. Much more coming up at the 7th-inning stretch. Boom.
All right, Scotty, Eric, and of course that his buddy pitching 100 miles away, Andy Pettitte. A big reason why Clemens would come here. I mean, there are many reasons, but you're looking at one of the biggest.
And if you prorate $28 million reasons, that'll make you come someplace too.
That's $17 million of the biggest reasons.
Yeah. If you look at those stats tonight, 5 1/3 innings, Yeah, Torrey's a big part of it. 5 1/3 innings, 10 base runners, 6 hits, 4 walks, 5 Ks. That's a lot of base runners for a Double-A game. There's still some work to be done. I know Rogers' comments after the game will be about polishing some edges off still, because you are expecting some dominance when you talk about a right-hander coming to join your club out of Double-A.
You think about spring training performance, it's not the performance, the results that you worry about the first few times. You just want to get your feel for your pitches, get your legs under you. But when you're rushing back to the major leagues, performance counts.
Damon will foul this off.
And when you think about joining the Yankees, at least what we were talking about back when the blueprint of the 07 Yankees and what they thought they could do in March, having Roger Clemens join a team that's going to average, let's say, 7 runs a game with a lights-out bullpen is one thing. Having him join a team where the offense is sporadic and the bullpen needs rest is another thing. So it's not like the savior is coming on board and immediately it's going to equate into wins.
Think of the 24 other guys on Tampa and the 24 other guys who were on the clubhouse with him tonight for Trenton. I play with Roger Clemens.
Oh,
that's pretty cool.
And he bought the spread, I hope.
That's
I'm sure he did. He's generous.
Very
like
classy that way.
Trenton should be near enough to Philly to get some decent cheesesteaks up there.
Well, the one thing we saw in the highlight when they were taking him out, all of the infielders went to the mound. They figured, hey, this is on ESPN. I'm getting on TV here. No staying back at your position. Get in on the mound. Listen to the conversation so you get in the shot.
It was bad when the center fielder came in.
Yeah, well.
That's good, Steve. Everybody moving other way. Damon, but right at Manny Ramirez. So 2 stranded. We played 6 here in the Bronx. Yankees 6, the Red Sox 1.
How much trouble can your kids get into in their own room? When they're on the internet, plenty. Make sure you talk to your kids about surfing the net and install parental controls to keep them away from the sites you don't want them to visit. Learn how to protect yourself and take a bite out of cybercrime.
The new comprehensive security suite from McAfee gives you not only parental control, but peace of mind. Go to Comcast.net and download it now. Free for all Comcast high-speed internet subscribers. It's Comcastic.
Target is locked, and the savings are confirmed. Roger, Echo 1. Proceed straight to Fred Beans.
Maydays are here at Fred Beans Buick Pontiac GMC. Get here now for incredible savings throughout our giant inventory. Drive a brand new GMC Sierra for just $14,495 or a Pontiac G5 for only $159 a month. Maydays at one of the GM dealers of the year. Fred Beans Buick Pontiac GMC in Doylestown. On the web at fredbeans.com.
Saturday night, defending Cup champ Jimmy Johnson makes his 2007 NASCAR Busch Series debut, taking on points leader Carl Edwards under the lights at Charlotte. The NASCAR Busch Series at Charlotte, Saturday night at 7:30 on ESPN2.
In Game 2, Utah had no answer for the Spurs' seamless team play. Now the series shifts to Salt Lake, where the Jazz are undefeated in the postseason. Western Conference Finals, Game 3. Coverage begins Saturday, 8 Eastern on ABC.
Ergonomic desk chairs? I watched their back. $650. Office pet?
/ watchdog.
$100. Laptops instead of desktops?
Big ideas don't only come between 9 and 5.
$999 each. Running your business your way. No questions asked.
Nice.
Priceless. Use your MasterCard business card and you could win $100,000. $50,000 for your business, $50,000 for yourself.
And of course, we salute our men and women in the military, some of whom have a break and eating pretzels, dogs at the game. Nice. Whole section up there. Very nice. 6-1. Fleet Week in New York, as Stephen Orr pointed out. Memorial Day coming, of course. A lot of the fleet here in the Big Apple, and they're getting a little downtime, which they deserve. Tons of downtime, and we hope they're having a good time at the ball yard tonight. It's just sitting in the ball yard, a pretzel, a beer, a soda, watching your team. There's very few things like that. There really are.
Things we take for granted that they protect for us.
Mm-hmm. Andy Pettit working into Willie Mo Pena. Both Pettit and Kurt Schilling. If you bat sawed off, the bat goes into the into the outfield grass, and the ball still almost got out of the park. How does that happen? Well, our extra long-lasting moment. Memories of this have lasted certainly up and down I-95, 84, when Bucky Dent off Mike Torres in the one-game playoff in 1978, October 2nd at Fenway Park. Bucky Dent, a hero in New York, became Bucky Bleeping Dent in New England. And the 14-game comeback was complete as the Yankees went on to, of course, win the World Series. And here it is, the Yankees hoping to be either like their 78 brethren. You know, we overlooked the Twins of last year. I mean, it was one of the biggest comebacks ever by last year's Twins. Remember the Mariners comeback? That was epic against the Angels in '95. Kind of put Seattle baseball on the map, really.
Yep. I got to play against them with the Cleveland Indians when I was on the Indians.
Well, if you're going to come back from that kind of deficit and you say, how does it happen? What changes for a team? It's pitching. It's not the offense all of a sudden clicking. It's the pitching locking in. Because if you don't hit on a given day, if your pitching is good enough, you still have a chance to win. Doesn't matter what you do hitting. If you can't pitch, you're not going to win enough games to make up the deficit. So from the Yankees' perspective, then I truly believe that if the pitching gets better, the offense will get better. It doesn't work the other way. Good pitching will allow hitters to have relaxed at bats and start to get back on track. The pitching can generate some offense here for the Yankees.
Nice play by Alex Rodriguez. A throw across gets Dustin Pedroia 2 out.
Yeah, you're right, Steve. No offense is a long night. No pitching is a long season.
Andy Pettit looks like he'll go at least 7 again, which would be 4 in a row for him. And 5 times in his 10 starts this year. Ron Vallone, the lefty. Scott Proctor, the oft-used righty. Our Baby Ruth 7th inning stretch, fittingly from the house that Ruth built. Where else would you want a 7th inning stretch to come from?
Only in New York.
Here he is. You think the Rocket will go out and pat him and talk to him again? You know, that'll happen.
Oh, for sure.
Isn't it great going out to Monument Park? You don't have to be a Yankee fan. It's just awesome out there. Babe and Lou and Joe D and Mick and Yogi. But that George H. Ruth kind of, you got to go to that one first. That's almost... You can't go out there and not see that. And then you might as well go to that one next. From 3 to 4. The Iron Horse. Oh, God, just history in here. And of course, we're starting already to dig the third Yankee Stadium, huh? I mean, this is the same one, but redone in the mid-'70s. Where those guys played in.
I would say it's likely someday there will be a number 2 out in Monument Park out there with Derek Jeter.
For sure.
Yep. There'll be hardly a single digit not covered out there, the Yankees. You'll be not hurting yourself on that.
Well, this is a special place, Boom. 1968. I was 10 years old. I got to come to Yankee Stadium, Persona Razorblades throw, hit, and run contest. I was 3rd in the nation, came here. And I pledged when I set foot on this stadium that I would make it to the big leagues someday. And it was a big impact on me. And then getting to pitch here with the Indians, 95, 96, 97.
Lugo rounds out to Cano. Pettit quells the Red Sox. So heading to the bottom of the 7th, it's 6-1 New York State 2 over the Baby Ruth 7th inning stretch. Scotty Reese in the studio. From the Babe to Scott Reese. You can't give it to any better than that, Scott.
Boy, that's a segue I thought I'd never hear, Boomer. Thanks very much. It is the Baby Ruth 7th inning stretch. Good to have you along, hanging out with Eric Young. And, of course, all eyes on Roger Clemens, who was expected to throw maybe 70 or 80 pitches in his second minor league start. Well, he went above and beyond that. But a rough start early for the Trenton Thunder against the Portland Sea Dogs. A little wild there. He walks Jed Lowry. Walks 3 in the inning, 30 pitches in the first inning. But here's Spy covering first, EY.
I tell you what, there was a lot of movement right there for the old man, but he got over there.
In the 5th, there's vintage Clemens. Strikes out Lowry on the high heater. After 5, he'd given up 4 hits, struck out 5 through 85 pitches, but then he walks home a run in the 6th, and that would be all. He went 5 1/3 and left down 3-2. So we check out the 2 starts, first on single A last week and then double A today. 102 pitches, so he definitely got his pitch count up.
Well, he definitely pushed the limit a little bit. I guess he's trying to get ready for a start pretty soon for the Yankees on the big league club. So he did push the limit and got a little tired there. You could tell by him walking, guys.
And we may see him with the big league club next week. Back to the big leagues. Indians and Royals, and not a good start for Scott Ellerton. Before he could say thanks for spending some time with us today, it was back-to-back home runs from Grady Sizemore and Casey Blake. This team can hit.
I tell you what, this team is young, and they can hit, and they can play, and they have matured and gained some experience. They will definitely contend in September.
First pair of Indians to start a game with homers since Vizquel and Chris Magruder in 2002. But back comes Mike Sweeney, and the Royals put up a 7 spot. They lead at 7-3. Angels and Tigers and EY. Bartolo Colon does not like facing the Tigers.
He does not like him. He's 8-8 with a 5.03 coming into career after 20 starts and 20 career starts, and he definitely don't like Detroit.
Didn't get any better today as Mags touches him up not once but twice. He's hitting .348. Carlos Guillen goes yard as well. It's 7-3 Tigers. In the National League, big game between first place New York, second place Atlanta out in the East. David Wright really heating up.
I tell you what, Scott, he's got 8 home runs all in May.
4 home runs in his last 4 games. Mets lead at 3-0. Back to the Yanks and Red Sox right after this.
Sink your teeth into the official candy bar of Major League Baseball. Baby Ruth from Nestle. It's loaded with good stuff you can really savor. Baby Ruth. Savor the good stuff.
Welcome back, everybody, to New York. If you're tuning in late, the Yankees got going early. Derek Jeter driving in a run in the first inning, and then he was aboard when Hideki Matsui hit a 2-run shot. Doug Mankiewicz, a solo blast in the 4th inning. The Yankees scored in the first 5 innings off Curt Schilling. Meanwhile, Andy Pettit has given up just 1 run through 7 innings. And fielding his position beautifully. So Andy Pettit and the Yanks in position to take a series from the Boston Red Sox. The Red Sox have 2 at-bats left. But the Yankees with 6 runs, 12 hits off Curt Schilling. And the Red Sox 1 run on 8 hits off of Andy Pettit. Chris Berman, Oral Hershiser, Steve Phillips. So you hear Bonnie Bernstein down below. And, you know, Smalls to Brendan Donnelly is in to face A-Rod, and that'll be it for Curt Schilling. Donnelly, the one-time Angel.
Well, Curt Schilling gave up 12 hits, 2 short of his career high of 14. He did that with Arizona against Florida.
So Jeter, Matsui, and A-Rod against
roughed up a little bit tonight, Schill.
Yeah, he didn't. The first inning was up and
never really got the location. Never started really driving it downhill, and that affected his fastball and his split.
You really go back to that Robinson Cano bunt base hit in the 2nd inning. It allowed them to keep some momentum going. 3 infield hits led to another run. Able to tack on more.
Jeter 2 for 3 tonight. A lot of hitting stars, Yankees. Damon 2 hits. Matsui the home run. And A-Rod the double. Everybody in the lineup. 2 hits Cano. 2 hits Mankiewicz. Everybody but Giambi with a hit. That's slogged to left center field. That'll roll all the way to the wall. Jeter will dig for 3. And make it. Two singles and now a triple for the Yankee captain, who is leaving Joe DiMaggio on the Yankee hit list. First one tied, now he's passing him like he's in the passing lane.
Well, another high fastball in his first at bat. He drove the ball to right field, moving the runner over, got a base hit. Then he took a split finger that he pulled through the hole and got an RBI. And now he takes another high fastball. This one he turns on into the left center gap. Not only is an all-around player, the captain, the emotional leader of this team, but he can do it all with the bat and the glove.
The game is not over, and there's 162 games. And Orel, you played for a long time. Steve, you've been in the game for a long time. Fans make a mistake of calling games like must win. That being said, if not a must win, is this a for May, this is a pretty key just to pick up some ground, to get some momentum if they go on to beat the Red Sox?
Well, I don't think there's any question about it. They needed to make a statement. They needed to stop the bleeding. A sweep in this series might have meant Joe Torre's job, unfortunately. But I think that for the Yankees to get 2 out of 3, it wins a series, as we've talked about, and it wins a series against the Red Sox. It's a double victory, and it stops the bleeding. Maybe the Yankees can start to believe in themselves again, that they can play with the big boys, because there has been some doubt, whether they want to admit it or not. Those little voices of doubt have creeped in to this Yankee team.
Well, as a professional athlete, when you come to the ballpark and you're faced daily about how are you going to turn this around, and you're faced daily about talking about your slump or talking about a bad outing, that mental energy that goes into then as you walk the locker room to go out to stretch to get ready for your game, instead coming into a clubhouse where you're on a roll and there's wins and there's positive questions and positive energy going on, and that's how you get on a roll. There are so many ways that those little voices creep up.
Top to Matsui.
See, I think for fans to understand what it's like here in New York, you go into the clubhouse, the Yankees clubhouse, before the game. 2.5 hours before the game, there are probably 30 to 40 media types in there, from internet to writers to television to radio, all asking the same question: what's wrong? What do you have to do to turn around? And that continuous bombardment of negativity can take a toll on you. You have to get it done on the field.
Through the wickets, Matsui delivers, and the Yankees tack on the extra point. 7-1 New York. So 3 RBIs tonight, Matsui.
Well, the top of the order is really getting it done, Boomer. Damon's got 2 hits. Jeter's got 3. Now Matsui with his second hit. A 2-run homer, the other blast. And, just doing a good job. Really fooled, but good hitters put the good pad of the bar to the bat on the ball and drive it up the middle when they can. And Matsui did a good job there.
Thing to keep in mind here, Brendan Donnelly's been a guy who's hit some guys in the past, some bad blood with Rodriguez yesterday. Rodriguez breaking up that double play with Dustin Pedroia. There was some bad blood, and earlier this year, Donnelly hit Jose Guillen, former teammate with the Los Angeles Angels at one point. If there's a guy who's not shy about sending a message, Donnelly has been that kind of guy in his career.
Well, he has battled throughout his whole career, pitched with 14 minor league teams before he made it to the majors with the Angels in 2002.
for Ramirez and Crisp. That one got in the flight pattern of LaGuardia. But it's a long out A-Rod. Matsui back to first. Now you look back here. So if they do win it, and again, the Red Sox have 6 outs left. Mets series lost 2-1. White Sox series, the Yankees lost 2-1. Seattle series, Yankees lost 2-1. Texas series, they won 2-1. Seattle before that 2-2. So it's been a while. We've got to go back 3 weeks to see them win 2 series.
They were 4-9-2 as far as the 15 series they've played so far this year.
Managers are very reluctant when you're struggling to talk about let's go out and win. Let's go out even to win a series. Being in New York, you hear Joe Torre talk a lot. Let's go out and focus on the first inning. Let's win this pitch in this inning in this game. And if that's the approach you take for each pitch during each game, in the end, the results will be what you want. You can't make up, you get overwhelmed with saying 10.5 games. And you can't make that up in one day. You can't make it up in a week. Let's win this pitch in this inning and then see what happens from there.
Well, they certainly went out in the first inning and did that.
You're so right, Steve. I mean, I could not think of a whole game as a starting pitcher. I had to break it down into 3 3-inning sets, and I tried to not only win that first inning, but I thought about the first 3 innings. And if I fell behind in the first 3 innings, there was a chance that, you know what, I'm going to win the second 3 innings, another set. And so it was here, and then there. And the last set was always the last 3, and that was part of me and the bullpen.
See, it can become so overwhelming when you start thinking about 162 games. Winning isn't what you have to focus on. It's executing. It's doing those little things to help you win games. That's what Joe Torre wants his guys to do. Now, it helps when you score 3 in the first inning.
And you're talking about execution thinking compared to result thinking. You got to think about executing the play.
Punches Posada out. So Jorge 1 for 4. But Jorge Posada, the league leader in batting going into the game, he's a catcher. He's in his 30s. Bonnie, his importance unreal this year in the first 2 months for the Yankees.
Well, Boom, for as much in the way of props as Posada's gotten at the plate, think about how clutch he's been behind it this year. 7 different rookies have been in the starting rotation, and that's not something you can really prepare for on the fly, which is why Posada really thinks spring training is more important for catchers than any other position. He has seen all 11 guys who've been up in the Yankees rotation this year, and some we haven't even seen. And I asked him, I said, what's your advice for the rookies? He said, I smile. I try to convince him that nothing's different than the minors. Yeah, right. I tell him we're going to score some runs. And that worked pretty well for Ty. I'm going to do one of your things, Boomer. Ty, the Yankee Clippard, who had a nice little gem of an outing, the rookie who helped beat the Mets on Sunday night.
Yankee Clippard. We threw that out, Steve, on Sunday Night Baseball tonight, didn't we?
We worked that one in.
See, Bonnie, you're right. See, you're back.
Catching on. I'm catching on.
It's contagious.
Well, Bonnie's right about Jorge Posada. I mean, you think about what it's taken for him this year. The fact that his offense is what he's produced this year, it's amazing. The effort he's had to put in every game, nursing young pitchers through the game, through their debuts in the major leagues, unbelievable.
(3-0) to Abreu. There's Tyler, the Yankee Clippard, who came on Sunday night in the ESPN game and did a good job against him. It's a different guy than that guy.
Tyler was in the lobby of the Yankee offices. As Steve and I walked in today, he was sitting on a bench with his girlfriend or someone that didn't want to go into the city alone, so he was waiting for the cab to escort her back out there to put her in the cab. And looking at him, in street clothes, I'm like, I think that's him, Steve. I think that, we started talking to him, and we figured it out. But visually, I had to put the hat on, and I said, yeah, that's Tyler.
They're young, Oral. Hit a mile high. Coco Crisp is there. But yet another frame in which the Yankees pick up at least a run. 7-1 New York.
What do you like best about being up here?
Well, that's easy. I love the view. I love seeing all the places people had to go. I love being part of the company that helps those people get there. I love the fact that we're up here looking out over everyone down there. Kind of like angels, but instead of wings, we got a blimp. What do you like best?
I like seeing all the games. And all that stuff you said, too.
Innovative thinking up here so you can get there. Goodyear. Get there.
You're witnessing part of the training program for Citgo employees. It's called Life, where we depend on little things like buttons and paper clips, and on incredible people like firefighters and teachers. Like you, the people of Citgo know how important it is to be dependable, because for generations, we've delivered a steady supply of oil that's helped fuel this extraordinary thing we call life. Citgo, there at every turn.
Honey,
Yeah?
do you know what this light switch does?
Which one?
The one on the right.
I never used that one.
All right, will you look?
Yep.
On, off, on.
No.
Are you looking?
Yes.
Off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off.
Life comes at you fast. When it does, nobody covers your car like Nationwide. Investments, retirement, insurance.
Nationwide is on your side.
Steroids can really damage your body. They can cause tendons to tear and bones to stop growing, damage kidneys, destroy the liver, even cause heart attacks and strokes. Not to mention something else they can do to a guy's body. Find out more about the dangers of using steroids. Visit drugfree.org.
ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball is presented by Goodyear, innovative technology to help you get there. And in part by Citgo. No matter where life takes you, there's a locally owned Citgo along the way. Citgo, there at every turn. And Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side.
Is that a sight or what? Beautiful. Statue of Liberty greeting every sailor, every boat entering New York Harbor has centuries. Gift from the French. Statue of Liberty, symbol of our freedom. And on Fleet Week, it certainly takes added significance. Glad you could be with us here for Wednesday Night Baseball on a beautiful night in New York. And especially if you're a Yankee fan, they lead it 7-1 as we get to the 8th. And Andy Pettitte certainly stands, even his mark at 3-3 as Kyle Farnsworth is on. And he is on, and he is out. Coco Crisp pours a little milk in that cereal bowl, and now it's a 7-2 game. Boy, that didn't take very long.
It didn't take long at all, and I'll tell you what, the Yankees need to stop whatever look they're thinking about having in their eyes. With their bullpen coming in 7-2, there's still some game to go. Boston has a strong offense, and look who's coming to the plate now.
Big Poppy and Manning.
Well, Crisp just sitting on the fastball, inner part of the plate. Unloads on it. Crisp has had some pretty good at-bats today, which is good news for the Red Sox, despite being behind early or late in the game.
First homer of the season for Crisp. Told me before the game, I've been hitting it better than it looks. Trust me. He's hit it pretty good tonight. He's homered, he's singled, he's walked. Maybe a start for him.
The glimmer of hope for the Yankees to win a series, especially against the Red Sox, but this game is not over yet, and this could be a dagger in their heart if they would lose this one. Remember, if this calls within 3 runs, if Boston gets back in this and Mario Rivera has to come in, he has actually been underworked, not overworked. Early in the season, blowing a couple saves, but really has not had a chance to pitch very much at all.
I remember when he came in the 8th inning and Joe said he wouldn't do it, and it seems like a long time ago already, doesn't it? And very quickly, Posada out there to talk with Farnsworth. He's wearing the glasses. Well, watch your team's out-of-market games live from anywhere live Major League Baseball. Right to your desktop. Go to ESPN.com and search MLB TV. Sign up today. Doesn't it have the boss button that you're watching at work, and then, you know, the supervisor, the boss comes on, you press it and immediately has a spreadsheet so that, you know, you're not watching baseball on the clock?
Back on April 20th, Andy Pettit, Kurt Schilling matched up on a Friday in Boston. Pettit went 6 1/3 inning, came out with a 5-2 lead, and the bullpen ended up giving it up. Mariano Rivera at the end.
Big Poppy swinging at 3-1, fouls it off, so now the count is full. 1 run in, nobody out here, top of the 8th, 7-2, 7-14-1. Oh, Mo stretching. 2-9-1 Boston. Ortiz 0 for 3 tonight. He's hit it. He's going the other way because twice he's hit exactly where Cano is playing on the outfield grass.
You know, you talked about Mariano Rivera, the inactivity with the Yankees off day tomorrow. I think not having thrown yesterday, likely that Rivera gets in this game just to get him the work, and they hope it's not out of necessity, but just out of choice. You know, this is what's tough. You have so much momentum, so many things going well, but you know, to get some boo birds, you know, late when Farnsworth struggles, it doesn't just impact him, it impacts everybody on the field and in the dugout.
Now, let me just tell you something here as Ortiz walks and Ramirez coming up with a long double the last time. If you look at the Yankee, and here's Ron Guidry, the Gator, going out there and talking now to Farnsworth. So you pull out the Yankee release. Off tomorrow. They play the Angels. I wonder who they're pitching. Friday, TBA is going against Jared Weaver.
He's got good stuff, though, TBA.
Saturday, TBA is coming back, pitching against Kelvin Escobar. And then Sunday, TBA is pitching against John Lackey. And Wilbur Wood, obviously related.
Those initials stand for?
To be announced.
To be announced.
So, I mean, it's not like they're out. And by the way, they're not out of the woods in this game yet. But
Mariano Rivera, who will be behind Farnsworth, I mean, he's 1-3 with a 6.75. Only has 3 saves to this point in the season. If you'd said back at the beginning of the season, Mariano Rivera have 3 saves at the end of May.
Manny Ramirez swinging at the first pitch. Abreu grabs it. By the way, TBA guessing is going to be Clippard, Long, and we've seen it, but it's still TBA. Never TBA. Scott Reese in the studio.
All right, Boomer, Cub Cadet going yard takes us to Cincinnati, the Nationals and the Reds. And who's doing yard work? How about Ryan Church? Not once, but twice. In the first inning off of Kyle Loesch, and then here off of Todd Coffey in the 7th. 3rd career multi-home run effort for Church. Nats beating up on the Reds 9-3.
Big night for Washington, huh? The Nats. Too few and far between. Boy, the Reds have scuffled. In May, the Reds 6-15. Now the opponent's hitting 290.
Yeah, the pitching is struggling. Other than Ken Griffey Jr., nobody else is doing anything. I mean, look at the numbers.
Junior tied Harmon Killebrew, huh? In home runs?
Yeah.
It's pretty darn impressive. 573.
He and Sammy Sosa.
Kyle Farnsworth just blocked, faking a throw over to first base.
Why? Why is he doing
7-2 game.
Well, Doug Mickavich was playing behind Big Poppy.
But why would he even be throwing over there in the first place?
Well, I'm not making excuses for him. He just went brain dead. And all of a sudden, he's just deciding, there's nobody at home, and he didn't want to throw it away, so just give the runner. Mickavich is just playing behind him.
So now runner in scoring position. Euclid fouls it. Of course, Farnsworth made some headlines. I mean, again, Steve, as you point out, 50 people standing around every day. What do you think of Clemens? What do you think? What do you think? Well, I don't know if he shouldn't be with us every day. Farnsworth was the first to crack, if you will. I understand the position these guys are in, but he made headlines he didn't want to. Right? I don't know that. And there's Euclid. The base hit to right. Big Poppy being waved around. And the balk allows him to score. And it's 7-3. Field goal, Boston.
Well, just remember that balk if we see a tying run come to the plate in this inning or the 9th.
So, I go and take him out of the game. You've got a team that has struggled all season long. You finally get some focus, and clearly Kyle Farnsworth is not focused in this game. I use this as some accountability for preparation to play. I go out and yank him right out of the game. Scott Proctor's warmed up, and I send a message to my other 24 guys on the roster.
Well, I would definitely support that decision. I think his teammates would support it, because they are looking to turn this, and there's nothing that builds more frustration in a club than the mental side of the game. You understand each other when you have a physical problem, when there's an execution problem, but when you see the mental side of the game fail at this level, and especially in these circumstances, in this uniform trying to win a series against the Red Sox, there is no excuse.
Lowell to center field. Mike has 2 hits tonight, but this won't be 3. Damon grabs it. Youkilis, who also has 2 hits tonight, back to the bag. Ramirez has 2 hits. Crisp 2 hits. So there's 4 guys hitting for Boston.
Joe Torre's under a lot of pressure that, the guys aren't responding and everything else. To me, that's an opportunity to manage, to make a statement that I'm in charge of this, and there are some things that I'll put up with and some things that aren't acceptable, particularly against the Boston Red Sox, the team ahead of you in the standings. And clearly Joe's frustrated. He's muttering to himself. But I just think that, one, it would send a message to Farnsworth that he'd never come in unprepared again, and it would really send a message to the other 24 guys. There is now a standard of expectation, a threshold upon which I'm not going to accept anymore.
I think Proctor's ready to roll, otherwise he might have. And you don't want to bring Rivera in now. I mean, in no way.
No, I think Proctor was warming up with Farnsworth out there.
Maybe you're right, yeah. Wouldn't that Vallone? It was... Farnsworth's going to get out of it eventually. As Varitek pops to Jeter. Boston gone. They do pick up a pair. It's 7-3 to the bottom of the 8th.
NCAA Men's Lacrosse Championship semifinals begin Saturday at noon on ESPN2.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. No fees, no worries, guaranteed. Introducing No Fee Mortgage Plus. It's the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Three V-dubs for under 17,000.
Extra Winter Fresh presents remarkably long-lasting moments. For flavor that keeps going and going, try the Cool Mint flavor of Extra Winter Fresh gum.
Hello. A witness to a murder
I saw you kill them, and I have never felt such a rush.
has become a partner in crime.
I have other photos, and if anything happens to me...
We're both aware of the rules, Mr. Smith.
See the look on her face?
He must stay one step ahead of a killer
Mr. Brooks?
if he wants to survive.
You really want me to kill you?
Mr. Brooks, rated R. In theaters everywhere, June 1st.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Back in New York, this ESPN telecast available on ESPN and in glowing high definition on ESPN HD, presented by Olivia. 7-3 now. The Yankees lead the Red Sox as they come up in the bottom of the 8th inning. Joel Pinheiro. Once upon a time, pretty promising with Seattle. Was really trying to find himself. Really kind of bottomed out late up there, and with Boston thus far this year, he's remained bottom with an opponent's average of 306. But So that's good stuff. I mean, he looked good for a year or two, didn't he?
Oh, he put up some numbers early in his career starting, and the thought was maybe this guy would lock in, but there was thought that he was going to be the closer for the Boston Red Sox and never really emerged in spring training as the go-to guy. Command has been a major issue. A kid with a pretty good arm, but who doesn't throw enough strikes.
Keeps the ball up. Doesn't get it down, doesn't drive it down. They talked about lowering his arm slot in spring training, maybe getting him a new slot.
Giambi on the shift, tries to leg it out. Can't. He's the only Yankee without a hit tonight. So Jason is 0 for 4. Down to Bonnie Bernstein. Josh Beckett at a throwing session today is hopeful that he can come off the DL. What did the Red Sox determine, Bonnie?
Yeah, well, barring any unforeseen setbacks, Beckett will be back in the rotation on Tuesday against the Indians. Missed 2 games because of torn skin on his middle finger, something that's plagued him throughout his career. But I talked to him after the side session. He told me he threw about 130 pitches between his regular bullpen warm-up and the 5 pitches 5 innings rather he simulated. He was kind of taking a Band-Aid on and off. If you saw that in the video, nothing to be alarmed about there. He told me that's something he always wears, that Band-Aid when he's pitching the side sessions, and that's more of a preventive measure than anything. But he told me the skin on that middle finger is completely healed, and he's ready to go.
All right, Bonnie, I know Mike Timlin also threw, and of course they're hopeful there. On the other side, there was some question about, Carl Pavano. They were going to determine perhaps if he indeed is going to have Tommy John surgery. Wait till after the pitch and see if the Yankees have made that determination inside the Cano. What do you know on that, Bon?
Yeah, well, Brian Cashman came down and addressed the media today. It looks 99% sure that Pavano's going to have Tommy John surgery on his throwing elbow. Guy who's just been plagued with injuries since he's come to the Yankees in 2001. When he got hurt in his second start against Minnesota, it was just, he thought it was forearm pain. Broken bat here. I know. Just thought they didn't think it was anything major, and he hasn't pitched since. It turns out that he has ligament damage. He's talked to 4 doctors. They all say the same thing. The best thing to do is to have that ligament replacement surgery. Best case scenario, they would see him coming back in the back end of 2009. He's only on a 4-year deal, so it's quite possible that Carl Pavano is done in his limited time as a Yankee.
Well, every news you get with Pavano gets worse all the time. Today in the reading the New York Post, thank you, Bonnie, which is always humorous, I might add. I mean, it's brutal. They call him the Yankee Idol. I mean, American Idol, IDLE. It just hasn't worked.
I would say that of all of the calculations that Brian Cashman made about putting his team together, the area he made the biggest mistake was anticipating Pavano could contribute this year. He's had a history of injuries. I think coming in, they had to assume that anything they got from him would have been gravy. There would have been the icing on the, a lot like the Cubs did with Pryor and Wood. I think to think that Pavano was going to be a predictable starter was a mistake.
For a strike to Mankiewicz, 1-2. Looks like we're going to see Mariano in the 9th. It wouldn't be an official save situation, but it would certainly be an outing. Mankiewicz at his 4th home run of the year, back in the 4th inning. Yankees 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 7th. You know what? And that's why Veritek, right? No, it hit it. It's a foul. He was not sure. Hey, he could run to first, could try to make the turn. These guys that have been back there for 10, 12 years, Posada and Veritek, same boat.
He's one of the most prepared and intelligent catchers in the game. And with Curt Schilling on the mound tonight starting the game, they had one of the most intelligent batteries in the game as far as preparation. Jorge Posada on the other side's done an outstanding job throughout the year.
Mankiewicz has struggled to be welcomed here by the Yankees, but then their fans. But tonight, Doug Mankiewicz, homer, single, now double. Batman Mankiewicz. He's out of the bat cave.
Well, Dougie Fresh has not swung the bat very well all year, but he is starting to get hot. He has shown spurts. And tonight he has gotten the ball up. He's one of the rare left-handed hitters that hits the high ball very well. And he's gotten some high pitches tonight to hit. Drove one for a home run right here. The ball slightly above the waist. You see the flat plane on the swing. Does a good job not dropping his hands so that he can still use his top hand and drive through that ball. The pitch that he struggles with is the off-speed pitch and the pitch low and away. But anything in the up part of the zone for Doug Mankiewicz is something he can handle.
So now Mankiewicz at second, 2 out. Johnny Damon up. Johnny 2 for 4. So Damon 2 for 4 tonight. Jeter 3 for 4. Matsui 2 for 4. A-Rod 1 for 4. Posada 1 for 4. Bray 1 for 4. Giambi 0 for 4. Cano 2 for 4. Mankiewicz 3 for 4. Well, that would be a third hit for Damon. And Mankiewicz will score. They go for a 2-point conversion. They lead at 8-3. So the Yankees tack on a little bit more insurance. We head up the pike to Scott Reese. Scotty?
All right, Boomer, our Citgo keeping you in the game takes us to Detroit. What's turned out to be a good game between the Tigers and Angels. Curtis Granderson, 8th home run of the year. The 4th Tiger long ball of the day, but the Halos have crept back in it. 2 out in the 9th. They're down 8-7. Todd Jones trying to shut it down. Boom.
Those are 2 good teams. Angels and Tigers. They're going to be front and center all year.
They really are. You figure if it gets into a slugfest, that Detroit might have the edge. Is the Angels really only Vladimir Guerrero with the real power threat there, but they can manufacture runs as well as anybody.
And the Tigers last year got off to a big start with their pitching staff, but now the bats are really doing it this year.
Well, we gave it to you the long way. 1, 2, and 3, 8 for 13 tonight, with 6 runs batted in.
I'll tell you, that last run was a big run to make it a 5-run lead. It gets you away from a grand slam, tying up the game. Joe Torre's got to be happy just tacking on those extra runs, keeping the momentum going. Remember, the crowd was booing Kyle Farnsworth walking off the mound. Now they're cheering again. The players getting that positive reinforcement is very important.
Hey, with all the guys that are scuffling the Yanks, getting Damon going at the top of the lineup. I know it's only 1 game, but Lowell will make the force to Pedroia. And Damon retired. Mariano Rivera is going to come in to try to nail down an 8-3 lead.
Why are most luxury car makers doing the same thing? Dropping their maintenance program so you foot the bill. BMW is different. As an independent company, we can stand behind BMW Ultimate Service. You pay nothing for brake pads, rotors, and more for 4 years or 50,000 miles. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Lease a BMW 328i for $339 a month, now until May 31st.
He's from the biggest names in the timeshare industry.
No one sells more timeshares.
Call now. Find out how to turn your timeshare into cash and get a $1,000 shopping spree. And we'll also send you this free information kit, including 10 secrets to buying and selling timeshares. You owe it to yourself to work with the best. Timeshares Only, the most trusted name in timeshares.
Call 800-346-4407. Offer is only good while supplies last, so don't delay. Call 800-346-4407.
The Indianapolis 500. Coverage begins Sunday, noon Eastern on ABC and ABC HD.
Sunday, division foes rumble in the tough AL Central as power slugger Travis Hafner and the Indians travel to the Motor City to take on Sheffield and the Tigers. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Indians, Tigers, 8 Eastern. Today.
Oh, that really hurts!
It's too big.
I'm so hot.
Too obscene. Too naughty, even for theaters.
Yay!
Epic movie, unrated, on DVD today.
Men have become oblivious to the fact that gels are made with 40% water. Now with Degree Men Ultra Clear's advanced protection, there is no wet application. Degree, it won't let you down.
Motown, Mariano Rivera. It has been Motown. What a great career he has had. And, of course, not a safe situation, but the story is he's trying to finish what Andy Pettitte began. Ruby Tuesday is presenting baseball tonight. Coming up next, Carl Ravitch and John Kruk and Eric Young and Buster Olney. So, full house backfield for that show. We did this game in an I formation, not the largest booth that we've ever seen. But, no. Always at Yankee Stadium, it's good to be in a booth.
Exactly.
And so Oral Hershiser, Steve Phillips, Bonnie Bernstein, and yours truly, Chris Berman. I'm glad you could join us here in New York. Willie Mo Pena, Dustin Pedroia, Julio Lugo, 8-9-1. So Boston will go from here with 3 at Texas. They'll play 3 against Cleveland. That'll be interesting at Fenway. And then 3 against the Yankees. And when they finish again with the Yankees, the 2 teams won't see each other until August the 28th. The Yankees, of course, have a day off. Then they play the Angels. Then they go to Toronto, in which we think Roger Clemens will make a start at the Rogers Center. And a pool cue by Willie Mo Pena. Rattled around in the corner. So you got to give the Red Sox credit. They're not 31-14 by accident. They open up with a double. So let's go down to Bonnie Bernstein. We suspect Roger Clemens will start. What's the news off his start tonight, Bonnie?
No news. I got no news for you. I just talked to Cashman. He had a conversation with Roger Clemens. Clemens told him he felt much better than he did in his first start back down in the minors. His legs felt stronger, got his legs under him, got a nice little workout over covering first base, but he's going to throw a side session on Friday. Cashman will talk to Gene Michaels, a scout, and also he'll be talking to Billy Connors, a pitching coach who's been working with Roger throughout his comeback process here, if you will. And I get the feeling they will make a call on Friday, maybe before then.
So basically TBA.
Yeah, well,
right?
I said, what's your preference, Brian? He said, my preference is to take Roger Clemens whenever he's ready. Very politically correct.
Well, he's... I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either.
Well, you mentioned a lot of people there. Billy Connors, Stick Michaels down there watching. The minor league manager, I'm sure there'll be one opinion that counts. Roger Clemens. Because Roger does not want to come up here before he's ready to embarrass himself, to put a damper on the return for the team and for himself. He wants to be absolutely ready to come here and to at least make a strong showing and an impact.
If it lines up the way it is, as we mentioned, well, I don't know if he'll go Sunday night in Boston, but it's possible his first 2 starts would be on the road at division rivals, at teams he pitched for.
Well, he's lined up the same day as Andy Pettitte. That next day to pitch would be Monday. In my mind, you'd give Roger Clemens the extra day's rest and probably pitch him Tuesday. I mean, that to me, if I'm part of that decision making, and we're going to say he's going to start in that next slot, I let Pettitte pitch Monday because he's healthy, stretched out, and I give Roger that extra day, start him on Tuesday in Toronto if they're going to bring him back there, which would in fact, I guess, bring him back. That would take him to the following Monday, I guess, if it's Tuesday. I'd take him to Sunday night baseball.
Good. Pitch against 2 teams which he worked for, as we point out. Pedroia punched out by Rivera, 1 out in the 9th. Meanwhile, his buddy Andy Pettitte, one of the reasons that Roger was back here, had lost 0-2 earlier this year against Boston, but on this night, fellas, he looked very on top of it all.
Well, real estate is location, 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 and that's what Andy Pettitte did tonight. He had a very good cutter, fielded his position right here on this doubling off first and second, no out. Boston wanting to crawl back in the game, but right there, got the line drive, fielded his position, got the double play, but Andy Pettitte did a good job on both sides of the plate, changing speeds, and a great job against Manny Ramirez and David Ortiz in the middle of their lineup.
Well, if the score remains and there's just 2 outs to go, the Yankees would they would have entered this series 10.5 behind. They would leave it 9.5 behind. The big news for Boston, they weren't swept. I mean, they would be 31-15. They will have taken 6 of the first 9 against the Yankees. They can't expect to win every series against them. And they didn't get a great outing from Schilling tonight. But it's funny, you try to predict these things. Tavares is the one that came in pitching the best of the Boston pitchers in this series. And Wakefield was an ERA leader in the league. And Schilling, of course, speaks for itself. 211 wins.
Yeah, Wakefield gets roughed up a little bit. Julian Tavares does a great job coming out of the bullpen, been in the rotation for a little bit. Kurt Schilling gets roughed up, has had 3 borderline outings for him, but you got Beckett coming back at 7-0, Matsuzaka at 6-2. So their pitching is very sound. And, you know, they were 12-2-2 coming into these series as far as winning series. So to drop a series to the Yankees on the road for only your 3rd losing series is not some huge problem.
We've had a wonderful 2 months. There's no other way to look at it than that. And if you're also looking big picture Boston, as Lugo is gone, Chris Buck, the last hope, they really haven't gotten some parts going. Drew is still okay. Chris, not really. Lugo, it's short delay. He can hit better than that theoretically. I understand that other guys are off the charts, like Euclid and Lowell, etc. But Manny Ramirez, you pointed out at the beginning. So it's not as if everything is hit for Boston yet. Well, now we're going to get into it a little bit. They throw Lugo out of the game.
Well, C.B. Buckner behind the plate has gotten a lot of complaints on pitches tonight. The last 2 hitters struck out looking. Dustin Pedroia didn't like the inside fastball he had called, nor did Julio Lugo. Both thought the pitch was inside, and CB telling him to quiet down in the dugout.
I don't know if he got tossed. Well, I don't know. Is that a toss?
No, that's a
Just sit down. Just sit down. Get off the CB radio is what he's saying. Well, the Yankee fans have something to cheer about. They're a strike away from taking 2 or 3 from the Red Sox. Just inside the Coco Crisp, who homered off Farnsworth.
It's been a series of offense and starting pitching. No save in this series. All games decided by 3 runs or more, 4 runs or more.
All decided by big first innings. Oh, and of course it's going to be a disputed run to end it. But it was the Yankees that powdered the Red Sox 8-3 with 16 hits, dispatching of Kurt Schilling. And Andy Pettitte has helped evoke the memories of old. Steve Phillips, Oral Hershiser, maybe for the Yankees, they get going a little. We'll see.
Well, Andy Pettitte did exactly what they needed. They needed a big game performance. He gave them that and finally got the kind of support he needed behind him.
And Hideki Matsui's home run got him started, and the offense finished the game off.
All right, guys, we enjoyed it immensely. Steve, Oral, I'll see you when I see you. Huh?
All right, Boomer.
If you allow me back, I'll see you any week now. Monty Bernstein, our thanks to you as always. Next on ESPN Baseball tonight, post-game extra coming up on ESPN News and More, and this game will be back. It's been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For all of us here in Wednesday Night Baseball, I'm Chris Berman. So long from the Bronx. 8-3 Yanks. Here's baseball tonight.
Just watched the Red Sox-Yankees game from Yankee Stadium. Another outstanding start for Andy Pettitte, and the Yankees take 2 of 3 in this series. And, of course, they continue that series real soon at Fenway Park. Peter Gammons is here, Eric Young, John Kruk. I'm Kyle Ravitch. Take you to the top of the hour when SportsCenter joins us. And, of course, you Yankee fans that were at the game or watched it, you got a chance to see Roger Clemens in action as well on this show as he made a start for the Trenton Thunder. All right, let's go over the game. Andy Pettitte looking for a little support, and he's going to get it early. Schilling gives this shot up to Matsui. It's only his 4th, but the Yankees go up 3-0. Good sign.
Saw Jeter running on the play. That's a great hit and run.
Here's Jeter. There's Schilling. 2 on. Jeets. Pass Mike Lowell. Lugo had it. Nothing doing. Cano's in. Jeter moves past Joe DiMaggio for 5th place in the Yankees all-time hit list. That is incredible.
Incredible.
Jorge just waits for that little tumbling dice to show up.
Tell you what, the way Jorge's hitting, he might pass a few guys to himself this summer.
A-Rod safe at home. Yankees go up by a score of 5-0. In the 4th, it's Kevin Euclid becoming a real tough out. This time he hits it hard, but they had him played well. 4-6-3, double play. Andy Pettitte up 5-0 through 4. Doug Mankiewicz says, no, hold on. How about 6-0?
Wow.
He's got as many home runs as Matsui does. Wow. Now in the 5th, Lugo, jam shot, Pettit. Perfect.
Willie Moe trying to get a good jump.
Dustin Pedroia against Pettit to 3rd. A-Rod throws Pedroia out at 1st. Last night, of course, it was A-Rod's slide into Pedroia that had the Red Sox second baseman Little fired up. In the 9th, Pedroia punched out.
Not going to endear yourself to the umpiring faithful.
No. The Sandman gets Lugo with that nasty pitch.
A couple of great cutters there.
See you later. Good Coco. Keep going. All the way to the bench. That was vintage 42 right there.
Wow, it's only 6th save opportunity the entire season, which is incredible.
Got it done there. The Yankees take care of the Red Sox. In fact, not a save opportunity with the 5-run advantage, but boy, did he look good in that game as Jeter continues to hit well. He has 3 hits. Davis goes 3 for 4. I mean, that's a little offensive surprise for Dougie Fresh.
Well, it is, and the way he can save runs with his glove, and he's making A-Rod a better third baseman. I mean, he's been a very, very valuable player for this team.
All right, speaking of valuable, how great is this? In 13 seasons, DiMaggio had 2,214 hits. In the same number of seasons, Derek Jeter now passes him. You're talking about one of the top maybe 5, 6 players of all time, and Jeter has moved past him.
Look at the bottom, though. 13 seasons, 9 World Series titles.
Part of the dynasty, obviously a huge part of it. 5th in Yankee history. It's some incredible numbers. Good numbers for the Yankees tonight for sure. They came in trailing by 10.5. You look at this series, they take 2 of 3. They get a good outing from Pettit. Little controversy last night, little fire from A-Rod. 17 runs to the Red Sox 12. They hit almost 300, and the home runs you see were 4 and 3. All right, that's inside the series. So, Truckee, what do you take away from the series?
That the Yankees aren't done, and they did what they had to do. Would you have loved to have swept them? Yes, you would. But would you think, okay, you're 1-1 going into Game 3, and they have Kurt Schilling pitching, who's been pretty good this year? That's what you take out of this. We've won 2 out of 3. We've cut the deficit to single digits, and that's what you're looking for. It's still early later on in May, but still early in the season, and you cut the deficit to single digits. Now you move forward, and you realize that your best pitcher, Chin-Meng Wan, set the table early in this series as far as getting the Yankees off to the winning start. He is their best pitcher.
Yep. So 9.5 now is the deficit. And again, perhaps feeling a little better about themselves because there was some energy. The crowd got into it. A-Rod was running around the bases. What do you recall from what's the sort of the high water mark in the series?
Well, I tell you, there's always controversy surrounding A-Rod and things that he do on the field. He's such a great player that when he does this particular slide last night, there's no reason to do it. I know he want to set the tone based on the slide that maybe Dustin had did earlier, but it was not the moment to make a hard slide. You know, Don Bell, my former manager, said, when you go in there, you go in there hard and you do it clean, but you don't go out of your way like that to try to make that play. And I just think right there, A-Rod, you're too good of a player, and I don't think he should have did that in that particular situation. I know he wants to make amends to doing something, helping his team and be the leader, but at that particular point, I didn't think that was the time to do it.
And, of course, there was a lot of people suggesting there's going to be some payback, and there was none of that in this game. Not a time to do that?
No, because the most important thing for Kurt Schilling was to go win that game and not pay back. They can take care of that early June. They can take care of it in September. But I don't think that was necessary.
Right, so what do you take out of the series, Pete?
Andy Pettit. I think that Andy Pettit coming back to New York and pitching as well as he's had only 1 start all year, which was not a quality start. Everything else, he has been great for them. I mean, he lost last weekend against the Mets. He still pitched an outstanding game on Friday night, and he dominated the Red Sox in this game. I mean, Pettit has given them exactly what they needed. He's got in the bullpen in 2 different times. When they had all their starters hurt, Andy Pettit's been the one guy that's held them together. And if and when they get in that wild card race or whatever, he's going to be a big reason for it.
Right, I talked about controversy. There seems to always be controversy surrounding this team, or at least conversation that doesn't involve baseball. And in Giambi's case, Once again, he had his meeting with Major League Baseball based on his comments about that stuff that he allegedly claims to have used a while back, and they're investigating that. Also, the amphetamines charge, or at least report in one of the New York papers today that he had tested positive within the past year for that. That apparently didn't come up in this meeting. But again, Jason Giambi, at least according to one newspaper report, did test positive for amphetamines. The punishment, Peter, for amphetamines, at least the first one, is really nothing, and it's supposed to be kept a secret. What have you learned about this?
Well, I mean, in talking to different sources, and they've all claimed, no, this did not actually happen. Because my original feeling was, well, wait a minute, did this get leaked by the commissioner's office? Like Barry Bonds, and so there's no connection. This was not leaked by the commissioner's office. It didn't happen. But I mean, the New York Daily News is very credible. T.J. Quinn is a terrific reporter. There is something there, and Jason's is digging himself out of a huge hole after making that comment. He's got the commissioner's office after him. He's got the New York Yankees ownership after him. He may have the federal government back after him in San Francisco. This is going to be a huge distraction for Jason, whether or not he tested positive or not.
All right. Any other comments on Giambi? No?
No.
The gag order's in effect, and it should have been before he opened up his mouth about this.
Yes, I don't know. I don't see why he came out with this. What was the reason behind it? And like Peter said, it's going to be a lot of people coming after him.
All right, meantime, Clemens returns tonight and maybe takes another step closer to rejoining the New York Yankees. He was just over the river in Trenton, New Jersey, and pitching for the Double-A Sea Dogs. He didn't pitch very well if you were looking for an outstanding start from him. This wasn't it. Walked Jed Lowry. This is the Red Sox Double-A affiliate. Walks Corey Kaler. He misses high and away. In the first inning, as we saw on ESPN2 as we covered it, he walked 3 batters. The other guys that made outs hit him far and hit him hard. He threw 30 pitches in the first inning. 14 of them were for strikes. And like a car going up a real big hill, he did kind of get it going, but it took a long time.
Tell you what, in the second inning, he had a little bit more movement, sharp pitches. It was moving a little bit more that second inning.
Every hit he gave up was an extra base hit. There was a triple involved. There was a couple of doubles involved. This is Jed Lowry, who would later score in the inning. He got Andrew Pinckney here. But according to the gun that was there, he wasn't throwing much higher than 89, topped out at 91. But for the most part, high 80s, low 90s at best. At that point, after the 5th, they think perhaps Clemens is done pitching. But this is Rogers' world, where everyone else just got to be a part of it. He would come out and throw in the 6th.
You just told 8,000, I'll let you know.
They hit Otness with the pitch. The bases were loaded with Sea Dogs. And Iggy Suarez missed. Clemens walks the tying run. He'd leave after 5 1/3, 102 pitches, 5 Ks, 3 runs on 6 hits.
The decision will probably come after my bullpen on Friday, and you know, then we'll sit down and talk again. I think that'll be the next step, and then we'll make the decision from there.
Do you anticipate a start perhaps in Toronto?
If I feel pretty good right now. I don't feel winded. My body, I don't feel like I've taxed myself too much. And again, I got a lot of reps in, which is what I needed. So we'll know more on Friday.
All right, so Rogers seems at least comfortable with where he's at, if that's the call after the Friday bullpen. Again, bullpen session. 5 1/3, the 3 runs, and the Ks and the walks. Interesting line, interesting conversation, and obviously the perspective of somebody watching the game might be very different than his obviously is.
Yeah, I mean, my perspective is he's not ready to face the Toronto Blue Jays just yet. And you know, you can say what you want about the gun, 87, 88, 91, whatever it is. You know, guns on some guns are higher than others. The hitters will let you know what the gun says. And the gun tells me that he can throw his fastball by guys, but you see him here flexing his forearm, flexing his hand. Watch him again here after the pitch, after he gets the strikeout. He's flexing that hand. To me, it just didn't seem like there was something right. It's like something was cramping, either his hand, his forearm, something was cramping, because after just about every pitch, he was flexing that hand like there was some sort of cramping. But again, the hitters, when he threw fastballs over the plate, they hit it. And that'll tell you that he doesn't have his velocity just yet.
They hit it, they pulled it. What did you see?
Well, I tell you what, I think somebody, first of all, called from the Red Sox organization and had these young hitters be very patient with Roger, because that first inning, they made him work extremely hard. He was laying off a lot of pitches, which is very rare for a young minor league player facing a big league pitcher. You want to be aggressive, you want to swing, you want to make contact. But as you can see, these guys were taking a lot of pitching. That's why his pitch count was up often and early from this situation right
Carrying the organizational philosophy down through the minor leagues.
Take pitches, make them work, guys.
Well, that's exactly what they saw out of Clemens, as he did have to work. And Peter, just from his comments, he seemed like if he had a good bullpen session, he'll be facing the Blue Jays.
Well, one thing, I talked to somebody, a baseball executive who was behind home plate, said he was very comfortable. Now, his stuff was very inconsistent, but, you know, that comfort level does say, and also, let's face it, it's going to be a little bit more adrenaline when he's pitching in Toronto with Boston next week. But, I mean, I thought Roger was very inconsistent with his fastball at times, his location. I thought he was inconsistent with his, really inconsistent with his split. He threw some great ones with very good tilt. There were a lot that kind of slurved. But I'll say this. You watch Roger Clemens, and I've learned to do this over 20-something years. You watch where he is over the rubber all the time. He was really consistent over the rubber. It's just a matter of having his arm catch up to his legs, and I think that's encouraging for him.
All right, we'll see. Bullpen session Friday. Stay tuned to Baseball Tonight, Sports Center as well. We'll have the latest on Clemens after that session on Friday. Meantime, Update City here. Baseball Tonight brings you Alex Gordon. That's what they've been waiting for.
Upset City, Souvenir City right there, Carl.
Big fly for Alex Gordon. He's got all sorts of potential, Peter, and there's a home run for him. It's a good sign for him.
He's going to be a terrific player.
2 RBIs. He hit his third, 6th home run of the season for Sweeney. John Buck hit his 8th home run. Royals 9, Indians 4.
A lot of Souvenir Cities.
Brian Church already with a pair, bases loaded. That one's hit on the nose. Big-time RBI night for Ryan Church. Yes, it's the Nats. Clears the bases, does Church. Check out Church's numbers. Huge in this one. Meantime, it's the Phillies 7 and the Marlins 6. In that game, Chase Utley has gone deep. How did it get to be 7-6?
We'll see.
This way. Dan Ugla, he's got a home run tonight in this game. He goes into the corner. 7-4. 7-5. Ugla goes to third. Next batter. Just saw him get some high fives. Hanley Ramirez. Bunting down the first baseline. Coming home with it. What was that?
7-5. You got to take the out right there. Let him have the run. Take the out.
Charlie Manuel wake up at like 3 in the morning and go, what was that?
Well, that's just a young player, an inexperienced first baseman who just made a mistake. Always take the out. 2 runs, take the out.
Were you surprised by the bunt there, too, or no?
Shocked. I guess everyone thought it was a 1-run game, and this is a do-or-die play. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is a suicide squeeze by, I think both managers thought it was a 1-run game. I really do. And I think the first baseman, Dobbs, thought it was a 1-run game. He just thought, I got to get this guy at home. Now the tying runs on first base with no outs. I don't know. Maybe the score's wrong. It has to be. No. Why else would Brett Myers be in a game in a 4-run game? Your closer.
Cabrera then struck out. No, it's a 1-run game, but Charlie Manuel does have that look on his face. Like that, right there. That's the look he's got.
Oh, it's a Southern thing.
He had that. Do that one more time. Yeah, there's that look. He's got that on his face. So we'll keep you posted on that game. Let's get updates later. Due up on this edition of Baseball Tonight, Bartolo Colon against the Tigers. Not a good fragrance tonight from Bart. No, not the best cologne. Young idols. We'll take a look at some as American Idol crowns a champion. Baseball's got some of their own when we come back.
Hello, I'm a Mac.
And I'm a PC. Mac, I'm going to be going away for a while.
Oh, where are you going?
Well, over to IT. I've been getting these funky error messages. They keep popping up.
Oh, that's annoying. I'm sorry.
WMP.dll.
What?
I don't even know what that means. It just happens. Do you know what it means?
No, Max, don't get those cryptic error messages. Are they sick too?
Oh, yeah. He's error 692, and then syntax error down the end. Down here, fatal error. Yeah. Don't worry, pal. You'll be up and running spreadsheets in no time.
He's a goner.
Presenting Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. So revolutionary, it targets and kills the toughest weeds without harming your lawn. Ortho Weed Be Gone sprayed here, ordinary weed killer here. Only Ortho Weed Be Gone has a foaming action and weed targeting formula for total root kill. So it killed the weeds, but not the grass. The ordinary weed killer killed everything. Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. Kills weeds, not lawns. Guaranteed. Now available with new crabgrass control.
He volunteered.
We were drafted.
She enlisted.
And off we went to Asia.
To Europe.
The Gulf. To do our duty.
Serve our country. We were buddies.
Shipmates. Best of friends.
I'll never forget his courage.
Her dedication.
The way he made you laugh. And I'll remember him.
Remember her?
I'll remember them. Always.
Target is locked, and the savings are confirmed. Roger, Echo 1. Proceed straight to Fred Beans.
Maydays are here at Fred Beans Buick Pontiac GMC. Get here now for incredible savings throughout our giant inventory. Drive a brand new GMC Sierra for just $14,495 or a Pontiac G5 for only $159 a month. Maydays at one of the GM dealers of the year. Fred Beans Buick Pontiac GMC in Doylestown. On the web at fredbeans.com.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, presented by Ruby Tuesday.
California dreaming. The starting pitching the last 2 seasons, and the winning percentage is outstanding. .650. ERA better this year, .324. A ground into double play. The dreaded get-up per 9, 116. And that's why they are 26-14. Dealing with the Detroit Tigers, Cologne is unbeaten in the 6 starts. Curtis Granderson, all-world potential, right, Crockett?
Yeah, absolutely does. If he can cut down on his strikeouts, he can be a guy that can be an igniter in the offense, but he can also be a power threat, too. But he needs to cut down on the punch-outs.
What team wouldn't like to have Placido Polanco on it?
Apparently the Phillies.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Pass Vlad went to the track. Injun Granderson score. Detroit's got a 4-0 lead. Let's go to the bottom half of the third with no one on and no one out, and Carlos Guillen. Pasture. 4th of the season. Tigers up 5-0. Cologne, 10 hits allowed, 6 runs, and 2 Ks. Mags. Peter, the yard's not holding that one either.
No, the ball's jumping in that ballpark, which is unusual before June.
7-3. Mike Napoli. Whoa, the Angels are back within 1, a 3-run shot. Bottom of the 8th. Waiting, watching. Granderson, exit stage right. Tigers up 8-6. It's the guy you want up with men on the corners in the 9th, but Todd Jones gets Guerrero into a 6-4-3 double play.
Sneaky. Todd Jones says that sneaky little eater.
Here, he's got 15 saves. Is this going to continue?
2 years now. He's been, well, actually, 3 years in a row he's been really good because he had the great year the year before in Florida. So
that Central Division race, Tigers, Indians, White Sox, really, really good.
Chad Durbin stepped in and done a terrific job for them.
5 innings, 3 earned runs. All right, so the Angels don't lose here, but boy, they have been playing good ball, Eric. This is a lot to be happy about with this team, no?
Well, yes, it is. I tell you what, Mike Scioscia and Bill Stoneman, the general manager, have done a great job of giving young players an opportunity, but more importantly, their pitching staff has carried this team. When you think about great pitching, you talk about the second, they got the second best ERA in American League with Cologne, Lackey, Escobar, Weaver, and Santana. These guys have been dealing and keeping this team in every game, considering the fact that they've had some injuries with Howie Kendrick as well as Garrett Anderson, but Reggie Willis, one of the young players I talked about, has been ignited, which has caused him, allowed him to move Gary Matthews Jr. to the 4th spot, giving this guy a chance to play. Eric Eyeball has been doing an excellent job at second base, replacing Howie Kendrick. And I think it's just a tribute to them, talking to them in spring training. Scioscia said that these guys can play and that they were ready to play and that they weren't going to make too many moves because they believe in these guys. And I tell you what, it's proven to be true because these guys are definitely playing and keeping this team afloat until the other starters get back.
Who's the best team in the American League?
Right now, Boston. But I think that Detroit, Cleveland, Los Angeles, Angels of Anaheim, and even the White Sox. I don't really know what to make of the White Sox, but their big guns haven't hit yet.
That's true. Tomei came back last night, did have himself a productive night. All right, now on ESPN.com, as we continue to circle the bases here, you take a look at the Angels, the Diamond Daily, the starters, as EY just said, getting stronger and stronger. That's now on ESPN.com. All right, let's go to the Mets and the Braves and let you know that the Phillies and Marlins game, which was wild, got even wilder in the last minutes. Here's Wagner. Oh, forget it. Just forget it. Put the bat down. That was 96, and you couldn't see it.
Apparently, he was looking for the old slide ball.
That was impressive. Mets handled the Braves.
What you would look for.
Perez, I don't know what his story. The work that Rick Peterson's done with him to get his delivery straightened out and get a consistent release point is a huge story.
That's the type of find the starter. Pedro comes back at some point. They now have that rotation.
Oh, absolutely. Dane is terrific and Perez is terrific.
Yeah, he's been a great story. So it's 3-0 Mets over the Braves. Indians and the Royals. One of Peter's favorites, one of the best players in baseball is Grady Sizemore, and this one is not coming back. 8th of the year, put the Indians up by a score of 1-0. Back-to-back shots. Casey Blake, Goodwood, 5th of the year, 2-0 Indians. Cliff Lee, 7-3 in his career against the Royals. Bottom 1, 2 on. Emil Brown to first. Ryan Garco's there. Cliff Lee isn't. Oh! He threw the ball because he saw Tian going home, and he hit Brown with it. Hit him in the shoulder. You see that just about once. You see it once a year. Once a year. John Buck leaving the building.
A fountain ball.
Yeah, that was. Royals up 5-3. Mike Sweeney not watching, dancing with the Stars. Sweeney 6, 7-3 Royals. The Stars wearing Kansas City unis tonight. Yeah, that's one of those you just have to see one more time just to make sure that he, in fact, did fire the ball and hit the guy in the shoulder. It's an eye-opener. 9-4 Kansas City, especially if you're Mr. Brown. They're over the Indians by 5 runs. This one's only in the top of the 7th. SportsCenter gets to the full highlights. Again, the Marlins-Phillies, things have gotten so crazy there. Wait till you see what happened. Due up here on this edition of Baseball Tonight. The highlights of that one, plus Zito going up against the Stros off a rough outing for Barry in his last one. See if the other Barry's up to anything tonight. And that's nasty. Wagner's 96 on the corner might count. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Marlins Phillies, ridiculous.
Our chefs handcraft each burger fresh to be the best, one at a time. So while we'd love to say we have a burger with your name on it, we can't till you get here. Handcrafted burgers, yours always. Ruby Tuesday.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. No fees, no worries, guaranteed. Introducing No Fee Mortgage Plus. It's the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Officer McLean, you have no idea what I'm capable of.
You sound like a pretty scary guy.
Hang on. Did you see that?
Yes, I thought I did it. You've got to be running out of bad guys by now.
Chicks.
Live free or die hard. June 27th. This film is not yet rated.
Our chefs handcraft each burger fresh to be the best, one at a time. So while we'd love to say we have a burger with your name on it, we can't till you get here. Handcrafted burgers, yours always. Ruby Tuesday.
Growing up, I used to spend my time at the Boys and Girls Club. The clubs are a safe place with all kinds of activities. I used to spend most of my time on the baseball field. Some things never changed.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America believe that all kids should have a safe place to go.
And I also learned a little something about baseball.
That was a no-doubt shot by A-Rod.
Major League Baseball is a proud sponsor of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
Watch your team's out-of-market games live from anywhere. Live Major League Baseball right to your desktop. Go to ESPN.com and search MLB.tv. Sign up today.
Baseball tonight continues. Drinking that vitamin water. Nats and Reds. Kyle Loesch looking to avoid becoming the Reds pitcher in 13 years to suffer 6 straight losses. And Ryan Church gets him off on the wrong foot. Nats are up 2-0. Now 2-1. Nuke Logan. Gonzalez at short, going to go to third with it. No. Almost looked like Encarnacion was blocked by Brian Schneider, who comes in to score.
He might have skimmed off his shoulder and then just
changed direction.
The veer play.
Nats are up 3-1. 4-1. Schneider again.
Tell you what, I love Brian Schneider as a catcher. He's a guy who plays every day. You can tell he takes charge of the pitching staff. And, occasionally he's going to hit one out of the ballpark.
What's wrong with Kyle Lowe's? 9 hits, 6 earned runs. Oh, with the bases loaded. Adam Dunn getting real picky, and Ray King getting ejected. Encarnacion dribbles up the middle. Reds down 9-5 and still in business. Not anymore. Ryan Church goes to the gap.
Zimmerman on his way to third. He will be the third run to score, and what a night for Ryan Church.
Not a good night for Mike Stanton. Look at Ryan Church. 2 home runs, 6 RBIs.
Well, Reds have to do something about that pitching, whether it's trading Adam Dunn, but they've got to start getting pitching.
They don't have any right now. 18 and 28. Both these teams on pace to lose 100 games this year as the current trend continues for them. Phillies and the Marlins, and you saw the bunt play by Ramirez. This is even stranger. Aaron Boone hits the ball into the gap. Abercrombie just comes home. The ball beats him by 20 minutes. Oh, called safe at home. It's Hanley Ramirez doing the running there. And it is 7-7. Barajas had the ball. Now just watch the glove and the feet.
I tell you what, it was a high tag. That's close. Yeah. Very rarely is that called, but I tell you what, it was.
Barajas was preparing to get run over.
Yes.
And that's why he raised up like that. If he stays down, it's an easy call, but he raised up trying to, brace himself for a collision, and Hanley slid underneath him.
Wow.
Clay Condrey is now in, and there's a reason for that. Brett Myers left the game with an injury, which we'll show you in just a second. But with regards to that play, you prep to get hurt or get hit, but you also got to block the play and get your glove down.
Well, exactly. But, like I said, he was out by so much on that play that Barajas, tell yourself, and as a base runner, when you're out by that much, the only way you're going to score is if you knock the ball out of the catcher's glove, not by sliding. But, give Hanley Ramirez a little credit here. He saw Barajas raise up, and he decided to slide underneath.
But I tell you, once he saw him going to that slide, he should have dropped his shin guards right there. He should have blocked that. Once he saw him go down, he should have went down. But he gave him a chance to slide up under there.
He's down now.
Then he comes up and drops him. Boom.
It's going to be a collision. And
how about that acceleration, Hanley Ramirez, when he got about 30 feet past third base? That acceleration to home plate was
he did pick it up.
Because of what happened in the inning earlier when we saw Ramirez bunt, the first baseman threw the ball home to try to get it out there, which was very late. You understand how Charlie's feeling, and Charlie's mood would only get worse after the injury to Brett Myers. But those are 2 of the most bizarre plays you'll see in the same inning in any game.
I'll tell you what, you very rarely see that, especially 9 out of 10 times. With a guy get the ball 2 or 3 steps before the runner gets in there, that's an out. It's almost the umpire's getting his hand ready to call him out. So for Rod coming up in that situation, he's a veteran. You very rarely see that happen. He should have just dropped on him as soon as he went into his slide.
Now the bases are loaded. This Clay Condrey has come in and walked, so Todd Linden is up with the bases loaded. If, in fact, the Marlins get a win, they would score 5 in the 9th to do it. They'd be the 6th team this year to score 5 runs in the 9th and win.
It would also be a game ahead of the Phillies.
And this is the worst of all here. Look at Brett Myers grab his shoulder or his upper arm or his elbow right after he throws this pitch. And a loss is one loss. A loss of Brett Myers for any prolonged period of time means the season's over.
Done. Phillies will be, if he's out for an extended period, they're done.
Well, you take your number 1 starter, you make him the closer, and if he hurts his arm, whoop.
And what do you make of somebody grabbing their arm in the position he was grabbing it? Obviously, we're just speculating.
Well, knowing Brett, he's never been hurt. And believe me, this is, you hate to say it because he's a guy who will pitch through pain and through soreness, but I mean, when he immediately grabbed his arm and started walking off the field, it's not good. I don't know what it is.
Dr. Kruk stayed at a Holiday Inn Select last night.
Right.
Yes, I did.
We're comfortable with that. By the way, Clay Condrey just took a line drive, which would have planted itself in his chest, but he had his glove up and he got out of the inning. So they're going to go play extra innings.
Oh, that's special.
What a bizarre game in Florida. We hope to get an injury update on Myers as quick as we can. If not, SportsCenter will certainly have their latest. ESPN.com as well. Pittsburgh and St. Louis as things try to settle themselves a wee bit. David Eckstein sparking.
See, now that's more like it, an Eckstein homer. Now we're back to real baseball.
Juan Encarnacion blasting off. Chris Dovey going back over the wall. Oh, what a play by the Duffster.
Take it away.
That's a slap a nominee on that puppy.
We'll see that one later.
Jim
Hopefully.
Edmonds. Uh-oh.
Oh,
This is the old Cardinals. Eckstein homers.
It's great to see. I mean, he has struggled so much with that post-concussion syndrome and fought back. A lot of guts.
I think Chris Duncan may have just tacked on one. Yes, he did. 9th home run of the season. Cardinals take a 4-0 lead, but those fighting Pirates have cut it to 1. And it's 4-3. Careful, Scott Rowland is up in the bottom of the 8th with a man on second base. Pujols is 2 for 4 in the game. Hi, Peter. American Idol Sparks. Part of the reason we suggested that on the home run is because the person named Sparks, I don't follow the show. Jordan was the winner of American Idol.
Steve Sparks was back for the knuckleball? No.
Wasn't Steve Sparks. Or the little kid out there that was with Sparks. It was with Roger Clemens. No. So your young idols have nothing to do with singers, although you are a musical guy, but with regards to baseball.
Well, it's fun to just watch these guys come along. And the first one is Carlos Gomez of the Mets. The young center fielder is an incredible talent. And I just think about, he's going to go back to the minor leagues and come back. But I think about, when you're going to have Reyes, Gomez, 1-2 for about 10 years, Omar Minaya says he believes this guy is the next Andrew Jones. He's going to have power. He's one of the fastest players in the ball. He's terrific. Kelly Johnson, a year off Tommy John surgery, has done such a great job in the transition. He went shortstop, left field, now second base. Not only does Bobby Cox say he turns the double play as well as anybody in the league, but he's third among all second basemen in baseball in OPS. And Tim Lincecum, I mean, about 160 pounds. He's got great stuff. He is so much fun to watch. 4 starts, 3 quality starts. He's got a strikeout an inning. I mean, this guy, his stuff is ridiculous. It's so good. Now, first time I ever saw him pitch was in the Cape League, and driving home, I thought, God, I got this pain in my shoulder. His delivery is
violent,
a little different, but he's never had an arm problem in his life. He doesn't ice, so good luck.
We had Oral out here last night, and he and Dusty both claimed there's no similarities whatsoever between the two of them, and obviously the bend in the back, but they said no. Hopefully he has the success that Oral had in his career. All right, young idols from Mr. Gammons, fresh faces. Here they are, the rookie leaders. Reggie Willits is an angel, if you haven't picked up on him. He's been outstanding for them. He and Cabrera at the top of the order have been great. Elijah Dukes and Josh Hamilton, 8 home runs apiece, and the other devil, right, Delman Young, 22 RBIs. Those are the fresh faces, the rookie leaders.
Fresh Faces is brought to you by Ruby Tuesday. Simple, fresh American dining.
You got to see the way that Clay Condrey got out of this mess. Bases loaded with 2 outs after the Florida Marlins had come all the way back to tie it, and he caught the ball.
Wow.
Or it caught him. I just don't think the game can end soon enough for the Phillies.
No. If you're one of the lucky 35 or 40 people at this game, tremendous.
Has been entertaining, but again, the big story and the serious story is the injury of Brett Myers. 7-7. Chase Utley is up. He's already homered once. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll see what he does. That is nasty. That's even nastier. Check me if I'm wrong, but that looked like a member of the Sea Dogs. Also ahead of us, the ones that left the building. And those unfortunate 35 that are at that game will not be able to see the home runs.
Do you want to go somewhere fun?
Yeah, man! Somebody help the chicken. On June 8th, start the whale. You're invited to the biggest party of the summer.
I would have to say it is pretty good.
Feeling hot, hot, hot.
It's a little crazy.
Get ready for a major ocean picture.
The natives treat me as their king and put me in a hot tub.
Surf's Up, rated PG.
June 8th, it's gonna be epic. Comcast high-speed internet comes with security powered by McAfee, antivirus, firewall, parental controls, and more.
The Comcast Triple Play. Internet, phone, and cable. Together on one bill from one company. Call today.
Tonight at 11, exclusive video of an unprovoked attack by a neighbor's dog on a woman and her grandchild. Wait till you hear who was behind the camera. The investigators talk to a local pet owner who questions whether a vet is responsible for a pet's death. She wouldn't leave well enough alone. See how one teenage girl got busted by her teacher and turned it into an assault rap. Also, what's got local baseball fans spending hundreds to attend a local minor league game? Tonight at 11, turn to NBC 10.
Comcast high-speed internet with Power Boost gives me extra speed for big downloads. Now I get video, music, and games faster than ever.
The Comcast Triple Play. Internet, phone, and cable. Together on one bill from one company. Call today.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, presented by Ruby Tuesday.
Baseball Tonight, your ticket to every single game, and when things happen, you're brought to those yards right away. Dodgers have them loaded in the first inning. Bad sign for the Brewers. Russell Martin.
I'll tell you what, ever since he became the starter last year, this guy's definitely been carrying his team and doing a good job behind the plate.
He certainly has been. And Jeff Kent comes in to score. Martin hustles over to third. What a job by Russell Martin.
Great base running.
Reading the play there. Luis Gonzalez then bangs one in the right. I say it's a pretty good start for the Dodgers.
Pretty good start, yeah. I don't know about bang that one in the right. I don't think that one dented any grass, but it was a soft one.
It was 4-0 with the Dodgers on top of the Brewers. That's a lot of runs by Chris Capuano's standards. Brad Penny off of a rough outing, off to a good start in this one. All right, Stros and the Giants. No Oswalt, no Lincecum tonight. Maybe a little bit easier for the Giants.
Just some Benji. Just some Benji. Molina.
He plates a couple, but he's always on and always scoring now, isn't he? Lewis has got a run. Giants got a 2-0 lead. Zito goes for San Francisco. He so far has not given up anything in 2 innings. He struck out 1, hasn't walked anybody. Keep our eye on that one for the next 8 or so minutes. A's and the White Sox.
Swisher misses the baseball.
1-0 when Garland, look out. Stewart flies home. Look out. Center fielders having a hard time throwing that ball home. That's a tough one to bunt.
Oh,
Johnny Garland helping his own cause out.
That was nice. Got to be about 6'6" to get that.
Yeah, you do. 6 1/3, 4 earned.
Lincecum wouldn't have had that.
Chad Godin was not so bad.
Chad Godin was dominant, though. Look at hats off go down. Uribe checking out. Rob Makoviak is gone fishing. Chasing one of those spinners. Godin real good. 4-0 the final. It's a really good starting staff, isn't it, Peter?
Oh, he pitched really well. I mean, Godin's been a real find. They got him from Toronto, and he's, you know, he's not big, but he's got pretty great command of his fastball, and his slider is really nasty.
He retired at one point 17 in a row. Not seen the Hiram Boca Chica home run. It was his first. A couple of RBIs.
That'd have been a struggle with that name, too.
Salto La Macchia,
yep.
Boca Chica.
Yeah.
That's Washington. This is Morneau.
Oh, that one. He doubled up on him yesterday, and he decided he's going to just join the party again today.
Sneaking up on A-Rod, by the way, for the league lead. He's got 14 now. This is a weird play, too. Victor Diaz hit it back up the middle. The bat broke, and the broken part of the bat would actually hit Joe Nathan. Thankfully, it hit him flat and flush.
On a couple laps, loosen that thing up. Why not?
Corey Hunter out of nowhere. Had it. Oh, dropped it. Rangers stay alive earlier in the inning. Hunter made a good play.
Wyatt hauled that in.
Yep. Nathan gets Sammy chasing.
Just made it interesting. That's all he did.
Twins take 2 out of 3 in Arlington. The 5th home run during the 9-game road trip for Morneau. Robinson Tejeda was rocked for all 5 of the Twins' runs in 3 innings of work. He goes to 1-6 in his career at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington. Update on the Bucks and the Cardinals. Adam Kennedy is up.
An extra run. Cardinals lead by 2, and Kennedy runs 1 in the left field.
Jim Edmonds goes back. Not going to run on Jason Bay. He is. Oh, he looked like he swam over the top, but he's called out.
The swim move.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Dolmet, though, apparently got the glove on him. A lot of interesting plays at the plate tonight. Cardinals leading the Pirates 5-3 in the top of the ninth. If you missed it earlier, Duncan, Eckstein, and Edmonds all hit home runs. Continue on with the lights, Jays and the O's. In the fifth, it's a good game. It's tied at 1. No one on for Lyle Overbay. Hit hard. Nick Markakis makes a catch. That's a Web Gem nominee.
And well should be.
Bottom 5, 2 men on. Brian Roberts. No one's catching that. Single into right center. Look at Millar fly around the, run around the. Well, he scored.
Uh-oh.
Dustin McGowan tried to fake to third to first, and Roberts is in a rundown. Corey Patterson's running home. Corey Patterson's going home. McGowan. Oh, my goodness. He threw it into the seats.
It's amazing. You get those pitchers off a mound, they have trouble executing the throw.
Orioles over the Blue Jays by a score of 5-2. Steve Traxel improves to 3-3 on the season as he goes 6 innings and gives up just 2 earned runs. We'll come back. By the way, the Phillies are threatening to go ahead here in extras. Top 5 Web Gems are coming up as we continue on this Emmy Award-winning edition of Baseball Tonight.
Baseball Tonight is presented by Ruby Tuesday. Simple, fresh American dining.
Our chefs handcraft each burger fresh to be the best, one at a time. So while we'd love to say we have a burger with your name on it, we can't till you get here. Handcrafted burgers, yours always. Ruby Tuesday.
Today. Oh, that really hurts! It's too big.
I'm so hot.
Too obscene. Too naughty, even for theaters.
Yay!
Epic movie, unrated, on DVD today.
May I take your
Every vehicle we build comes with our racing spirit. Honda, proud to be part of the 2007 IndyCar Series.
When it's people who do the right thing, they call it being responsible. When it's a home insurance company, they call it Liberty Mutual. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual.
Roger, for the Go Green sales event, we want you to race this very special bike.
How about I just make a few sales calls or something?
Done.
The Kawasaki Go Green sales event is on. Save big on new Kawasaki vehicles. See your dealer today.
Hello, sir. Sorry to bother you at supper time. Hello?
Web Gems is brought to you by Fathead.com, official licensee of Major League Baseball. Fathead.com. Are you fan enough?
All right, here we go, boys and girls. The Web Gems. Every night we show you the top 5. On Sundays, we'll give you the whole week's worth at 12:30 in the afternoon. And we'll start with Nick Swisher, number 5.
That's the way it's done in the Mountain State, Sparky.
Rob Makoviak got jammed. What's that? They just
West Virginia's the Mountain State.
Slide.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're a lot
out
of
there and
hills.
get dirty.
A lot of hills.
Yes, indeed.
Both you and Swish cut the old locks. Looking good.
Yeah.
Number 4, Torrey Hunter. Oh, fender bender. Good catch out there by Hunter.
What's new? Saving some runs again.
All he does. Web Gem number 3, that tall pitcher for the White Sox.
I'll tell you what, that's a tough play because if he touches it, is it a fair ball? And then if he does touch it and he doesn't catch it, it's a hit. It's a great decision. Great decision to be made.
If he missed it totally, it probably would have been a foul ball.
Yeah, well, if it hit his glove, though.
Right. That's what I used the word. Totally. Brian Roberts.
We can argue this all night, but let's not.
Nope.
Great play by Brian Roberts right there, Sparks.
Number 1 web gem of the night.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one.
Peter, I'm going with the dumpster.
This is a tremendous play. Wrist probably a little bit sore.
Going high above the wall into the grassy area.
Got leaps. Look at that. That's getting up there.
Great play by Chris.
I don't know anything about that.
All right, Phillies and the Marlins in the strangest and most bizarre and unfortunately perhaps most painful game of the night because of the injury to Brett Myers. But little Nunez single plates Jimmy Rollins, and after giving up 4 in the 9th to tie it, the Phillies go ahead in the 10th, 8-7. Rosario was warming. They brought Condrey back out to try to close this thing down for the Phillies. He's got 1 man down.
So what a start now for the Indians.
Look at the home runs by the Tribe tonight. Sizemore and Blake, first time Indians hit 2 to lead off the game. Got to go back to July of 2002. It was the post-Alomar days. Who's hitting 1-2 for the Indians in 2002? Friel Dog goes yard for the Reds. Eckstein also jumping off the leadoff bandwagon.
Little guys, the little guy, leadoff man, they are doing it tonight.
Jumping shit.
Yes, indeed.
T.J. Upton, another leadoff home run.
Wow.
8 home runs, and it's amazing that you let him play every day. He can put up numbers.
Not a leadoff, but his 3rd career multi-home run game. Call that a quick bat from Ryan Church.
Hit someone in the concession area.
I believe that did get a dog of its own. David Wright's 4th home run in his last 4 games.
What he's done, as I mentioned, since he started just going back up the middle, is just incredible.
EY, this truly is Souvenir City for the guy in the 17th row. Right to the bare hands.
That's a shot right there, Carl.
That made a pretty good play, too.
Sure did. Dan Ugla. Measured. That's a 415-foot shot.
Hit an empty seat, Peter.
Bagpipes got 5 home runs in his last 10 games. Cologne got beaten around in this one. Also going deep, Justin Morneau. Charging hard. As are the Marlins again, as Hanley Ramirez has gotten on with a single, and Cabrera's coming up. Hungry stays into pitch. Now the nastiest offerings. Tough when it starts off behind you and ends up in front of you. Joe Nathan to Sammy. Thanks for playing, Sam. Andy Pettit.
Thing just keeps biting and biting, doesn't it?
Chad Durbin to Reggie Willits.
One of baseball's best guys, Chad Durbin. Clay Buchholz.
That's a Portland Sea Dogger.
Yeah, 22 years old.
Look at that.
Next year.
I've never seen that.
That's a 12-6.
Bunch of 4.25 40 for those of you looking for a cornerback.
We can chase the ball up to the plate and beat it there.
You know, you can stay at a Holiday Inn or whatever you want. You don't get that information too often.
4.25.
Yeah, from a pitcher.
Yeah.
That's going to come in handy in the American League, Peter.
Sports Center will follow. They'll have the latest update on that Philly Marlins game, which continues with the Marlins minor threat going on, and also the latest on the injury to Brett Myers. For Peter Gammons, Eric Young, John Kruk, I'm Carl Ravitch. Hope you had fun. We did. Your Sports Center.
Roger Clemens at it again. He put in quite a lot of work, over 100 pitches. You see that line, and that's not necessarily Hall of Fame stuff. We're going to have Peter Gammons here, our Hall of Famer, to break down where Clemens is, how quickly he'll be with the big club. What's good? Welcome to Sports Center with Stuart Scott. I'm Scott Van Pelt. Stanley Cup Finals don't start till Monday. We've got off days in the NBA Conference Finals, East and West, which means Yankees and the Red Sox, where else but leading off?
You remember late Monday night when the Yankees beat down the Red Sox in Game 1 of the 3-game set, and you heard it. Oh, the Yankees, they're about to turn this thing around and sweep the series, and then they're on their way. Until last night when, they had 4 hits against the Red Sox and got clocked. Well, by Manny and Manny's 51st career home run against them. Well, tonight, the rubber game, 3-game set. Andy Pettitte on the bump for the Yankees, facing Curt Schilling. Schilling against Hideki Matsui. Bottom 1, Curt, you lost. Matsui, 2-run jack, his 4th of the year. Schilling would get pounded. Bottom 2, Derek Jeter. Represent, young man. If you pass Joe DiMaggio in anything, you're doing okay. Derek Jeter passes Joe DiMaggio for 5th on the all-time Yankees hit list, 2,216. He also has an 18-game hitting streak. Jeter does. Bottom 3, Jorge Posada getting his hit on to right. A-Rod hustling around the bases, scorer standing up. Curt Schilling gave up 12 hits, the most he's ever given up in 16 career starts against the Yankees. Top 4, Kevin Youkilis facing Pettitte with a runner on first, and he induces, entices, gets whatever. Youkilis into a 4-6-3 double play. Andy Pettitte was on point. Bottom 4, Doug Mientkiewicz facing Schilling. Peace. Mientkiewicz, solo shot. Yankees scored in 6 of their 8 offensive innings. They're up 6-0. Top 5, Julio Lugo facing Pettitte. Line drive right back at Pettitte. Great catch. Throws, gets Robinson Cano to get William Opeña out at second. Top 7, Dustin Pedroia facing Pettitte. Pedroia hits it to third, and A-Rod takes him out, which is kind of like taking him out last night minus the elbow. Get what I'm saying? Yankees win the game 8-3. Curt Schilling has now allowed 10 earned runs and 20 hits in 2 starts against the Pinstripers this year. He's also given up 15 home runs against them the last 3 seasons. As I said, the 12 hits allowed by Schilling, the most he's ever given up to the Pinstripers. We go deeper inside this series where the Yankees win 2 out of 3, in large part to leadoff hitter Johnny Damon. 6 for 13 in the series. He raised his batting average 19 points in the process, the pride of Dr. Phillips High School. Derek Jeter did what he's done all season, really his whole career. 5 hits and 13 at-bats. He's hitting .367, tied with Jorge Posada, tops in the AL. And Coco Crisp, he homered tonight, but the Red Sox little guys, Coco and Julio Lugo, they combined to get just 4 more hits than me, Scott, and Peter Gammons combined.
Peter Gammons joins us on loan from baseball tonight. And Peter, how likely did you think it was that regardless of how Roger Clemens looked tonight in Trenton, that given the Yankees' struggles, that he's likely to be up there sooner rather than later?
Well, I thought it was a distinct possibility just because having watched him in spring training come in and be able to throw 150 pitches the first day of the minor leaguers in Kissimmee, Florida, he's in such great shape. His legs are in such great shape. Now, the question really is going to be, can his arm catch up to his legs?
All right, well, let's see how he looked. He's pitching in Trenton, as the saying there goes. Trenton makes, the world takes. Roger Clemens has long been made before he got to Trenton, but early on, command looks like it was a bit of an issue. I suppose that's not a surprise.
No, it wasn't. I mean, his fastball command was very